Yo. welcome to the stream, everyone. I hope you're all having a wonderful day, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is, wherever you are in the world. And I know I said I wasn't going to stream today, but I don't really know why I said that. I ended up having, like, it's not like I'm doing anything earlier on in the day. I don't really understand the... Yeah, anyway, I'm streaming. I'm here. Thanks for being here. Hope you guys have had a good weekend. I don't know if anyone's in a Counter-Strike, but the Budapest Major is going on right now. That's a pretty good watch right now. For anyone curious, FaZe versus Vitality in the grand final. Look, I think it's 1-1 right now. Best of 5. So it could be a 6 series, but here I am doing this. Maybe you thought you had to get a break. Dude, I was pissed. E33 was pissing me off, bro. I might knock it down to 1x. Like, that's... Oh, that boss is pissing me off. Thanks for being here. Let's see, who do we got in the chat? What's up, Ryumi? What's up, Daywalker? Welcome. What's up, Late? Holobarista, welcome. Katori, good to see you. Tazzy, what's up, bro? Taganor, hello. Big Mightyetta, welcome. Roser, hello. Reality Official, hey ya. What's up? What's up, Damov? What's up, Lockdog? Good morning. Hello, Moonwitch. Grub, what's good, dude? I might be able to carry a plus 40. I did do some grinding last night as well. I'm 740 eye level now on Remix, and I am like 140 something % verse. So I could probably at least live. I don't know. I don't know what kind of verse level you need for a 40, but I probably won't be dead the whole fucking time. So that could be good. 49 for the actual achieve. I don't give a fuck about an achievement. I just want a title. That's all I care about. Give a fuck about that. Doing heroic dungeon? Nice, nice. Very nice. Yeah, I bought pretty much the remainder of the things that I was missing and that I wanted. Now I just have to finish up zone achievements. I have to get exalted with Dreamweavers. And then I'll get the Fell weapon enchant, which I really want. And then I have to do Broken Shore. And I think besides that, I think that I have pretty much everything that I want. Getting exalted is really easy. You just farm world quests until you get enough rep tokens to turn in, and then you're just exalted. So it's nice. I did do the wrap-up quest with the Infinites yesterday, so that was kind of cute. That was like wholesome. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that. And then I'm 1 achievement away from finishing the War Within meta. But it's an achievement that's fucking... I'm literally just waiting for a world quest. Which is immensely cringe. Just, there's no other way to complete it. You just stand around waiting for a fucking world quest. Is it still the Radiant Flame quest? No. It's the Orphan one. Orphan Entertainer or some shit. You gotta play all the games with the orphan kids. But the only ways to do it are A, doing it in an intentionally sequential order when you first do the quest, which I can't do on any of my characters because as I leveled them through Siren's Island stuff, I skipped the main quest line, which clears all of your ability to do those quests from Hollowfall. Because I did the story skip, because I'd already played it on 2 or 3 characters. And then, or waiting for a world quest, which is, it's just so fucking cringe. I just don't even understand why that's the case. I can't even get to 70 to unlock world quests. I haven't had time to be fair, but man, leveling to 40 felt slower than retail. I really hope they don't lock the housing decor behind Lemix forever. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a little surprised that they're even available via Lemix. Like, there's still quite a few that I don't have either. Like, I don't have half the decor from that vendor, and I'm sitting there like, why is this here? Like, why is this here? Why can't I just buy this from the vendors from Legion that I'm already exalted with? Like what you're saying. I put the time in back then, why the fuck can't I just buy it? Doesn't make any sense. It's fucking idiotic. I understand that they want this like housing thing to be like a big old collection grind or whatever, but I do think that some of the ways that they're having us collect stuff from previous expansions is a little bit of a slap in the face to people who played previous expansions. Especially things that cost old currencies like garrison resources and war resources. That's a bit of a slap in the face in my opinion. That stuff should just cost like gold or something. I don't know. I don't know. Carno Batman, thanks for the 13-month resub, I appreciate that. I just don't get it. Very strange decisions. I mean, it makes perfect. I mean, it's not that strange. I understand why they did it. They just want you to play more. But ultimately, yeah, it's frustrating. I think they will when Lemix ends like they did with Pandaria. They fucking better. What's up, Aaron R? Welcome. Welcome. Yeah, I've been playing. Yeah. I played quite a lot yesterday. Yesterday, I went from like... I shit you not, I went from like 660 eye level to 740 in one day. It is easy as fuck to get 740 now and above because they drop the tokens that, you know, those like moats that you put together to get a piece of gear. They have these new ones now that it gives you. I was getting like 20 item level upgrades. It's actually insane. If you got like burnt out on Remix and you stop like trying to get gear, play it now, because the things that you achieve, these fucking flawless threads of time, these give you fat fucking gear upgrades. So I'm 739 and I was like 640 yesterday. Wow, my game is not running how it's supposed to be. This is vastly unfortunate, chat. My computer is... I even tested a couple games before I started, but evidently I didn't test enough because this is not running how it's supposed to be. They also increase drops all around. Yeah, I get gear from like almost every single boss. I have 100 fucking million HP now. And 138% verse, which isn't that much. There's people with way fucking more than that. But Talus, if you want, we could try to do a plus 40. One of the things that I have to do in Remix is do a plus 20 of every dungeon so that I can unlock these portals. I want to get these portals. I originally didn't plan to have a stream today, but times change. You know? The decor from Remix will be available at the Remix, but it'll cost gold and order hall resources. Gotcha. Chat, can I play WoW as a casual with not so much time? Yeah. Yeah, there's lots of different ways to play WoW. Tazzy said he'll come. He's just on the last boss. I don't have a key, just so you know. I could get a key, but it's gonna be low level. On Kill J. Nice. You have a 41 Maw. Very good, very good. I'll start heading there. The order hall one, I mean? I got a new job that starts next month, and I'm gonna have to cut back on WoW, play casually as you need. Yeah. Chat, before we get too many people in here, I gotta restart my computer. I can't play like this. I'm about to, like, replace my graphics card. This is a fucking severe problem. I'll be back, guys. Don't go anywhere. The stream's gonna disconnect. You might have to reload the stream once I come back, but I'm gonna restart, dude. It's unplayable. I'll be back. Can't just turn on a stream and have this shit fucking work. My computer is just a fucking piece of shit. And sometimes when I start it, the graphics card is just performing at like half what the fuck it's supposed to be. So I don't know what to do about that, but that's a fucking $2,000 graphics card almost, so. No, it's not, no. Fucking ridiculous, dude. back. Sorry about that. Having computer issues is the worst. And it's just fucking dumb as fuck because I start the fucking, I open games, you know what I mean? And they run fine from what I can tell. Like, I don't have a consistent way of testing it to make sure that it's not going to be a problem. Like, I try to, but it doesn't, there's no consistency to it. I started Expedition 33, seemed like it was playing just fine. I start Cyberpunk, seems like it's playing just fine. I open up WoW, I am blatantly fucking lagging as I fly through fucking Suramar. Like, what the fuck? It's just, it's so annoying, and I don't know how to fix it. I don't know how to fix it. It feels like some kind of driver issue with NVIDIA or something. Like, I started experiencing this, I think, really, truly for the first time. I mean, it's been months. It's been like months. Okay, I don't know what the fuck to do about that. It's been a problem for months. It's just frustrating. What am I supposed to do? Anyway, it's working now. Sorry about that, guys. You might have to refresh. Carno Batman, by the way, thanks for the 13-month resub if I missed that. I think I did, so thank you. Anyway, I had issues but couldn't afford a new one for years. I mean, it's not like this piece of hardware that I've gotten my computer is cheap to replace either. Like, this graphics card was like, I mean, this graphics card might have been close to $2,000. It's just like, it shouldn't, it runs fine. I just don't, I don't know. It just needs to run how it's supposed to. Yeah, and look at that. Fucking literally double the FPS I had before I restarted. That's crazy. I was at 33 flying through here before. Now I'm at fucking 80. That's crazy. Balestris, thanks so much for subbing with a Twitch Prime. Welcome, guys. Those things are expensive. Yeah, especially if you get a nice one like what I got. And they're hard to get now, especially because memory prices in general are fucking skyrocketed. So when you have VRAM and stuff that's being used by GPUs, they get more expensive too. You have an NVIDIA, right? I do. Yeah, I have a 3090 Ti. It's not exactly a weak graphics card, you know what I mean? So it's very fucking frustrating. Aren't you gonna get absolutely shit stomped on that character? Are we just hoping? So we're carrying Pharaoh, right? That's the idea here. I mean, I'm gonna get carried too, probably. It doesn't really matter. As long as we can time it, I don't give a fuck. Last time, I think Talos just blasted all solo. Okay. Okay. Remember last time when we did this? And it was bugged and the fucking Harboron kept summoning double fucking ads. Remember that shit in week 1? That's the last time we tried this shit. That was so bad. Hollow Barista, thanks for the Prime sub, dude. Welcome. Hi again. Welcome. Is it that old? No. No, and I bought it brand new. The thing is, my 3090 Ti plays everything wonderfully, but it seems like there's some kind of bug in its performance that causes it to kind of spontaneously not perform the way that it's supposed to. Like, it just performs at like half measure. I don't get why. I mean, I'm gonna get carried too since I'm a tank and yeah. I only have 138% burst. At least I won't fucking die, though. I guess there's at least that for me. I had the same issues with the AMD. I'm pretty sure it's a driver problem. I'm sure it's a driver issue. I'm sure it is.
before me! The shadows of Helheim.
But no driver updates fix it.
Steel. The winds of the frozen north. You have not won. You have only secured your own doom.
Well, okay, well, I cannot pull all that. Thought I had a big dick. It was not that big.
This is not part of my experiment.
When you're like, yeah, it's above average.
Before they ruin our research.
I just can't pull all that stuff. At this point, I've just accepted that, like, almost anything I do, I'm getting carried. And I don't give a fuck. Yeah, bolstering is toxic, dude. I fucking hate bolstering. I just tried solo DF raids for quests, could not find story mode. Was able to kill first 2 bosses on normal. I don't think DF has story mode. I think story mode is a new introduction for the War Within. I don't think that previous raids have it. DF said story mode is optional, but not yet implemented. I guess it's not that optional then, is it?
For a small price.
Yeah, week 1 we were doing this shit and his fucking scythe would one-shot us.
If I cannot bleed the payment from you,
The spirits will!
the flesh burdens the soul. A nuisance that must be flayed from your bones.
This boss we're fighting is a fucking Constellar, by the way. I point it out every time we fight him just because it's important to understand that Constellars have access to a bunch of different realms. Multiple Eternus nukes too. Yep. That's what I was talking about, the multi-debuffs.
Claim our blood debt.
This guy is a Constellar as well, no? No. I don't know where you got that information from. That's fake news.
This is not part of my experiments. Stop those intruders before they ruin our research.
We actually have 2 examples of Constellars tied to Shadowlands areas. One with this,
a nuisance that must be flayed from
and
your bones.
one with obviously Rygolon.
Arise, servitor. Claim our blood debt.
Zal's quote about him here is neat. It was under, yeah, she says,
The spirits will.
oh shit. It was thought his kind was incorruptible. A lesson for my brothers, I suppose. Yeah, I don't know why she says brothers. Sometimes Zal, I swear to God, she tells the truth, but only halfway. I think half of what she says is true, but half of it isn't. I don't know what she means by a lesson for my brothers, I suppose. Maybe she wrote that. Maybe they wrote that with her initially being... I just don't think she's an old god, so I'm not really sure how to make sense of that. If we were talking old gods, I'd be like, oh, okay, her brother's the old gods, but they don't appear to be. So unless there's just something else about the nature of old gods that is still misunderstood, which I'm sure there is, then I'm not really sure how to make sense of that quote. Dreadlords, man? I mean, it could be, I guess. I mean, they did corrupt. I mean, technically, Rygolon is supposed to be corrupted with domination. You know? Or maybe it's a lesson about corruption itself, not even about Constellars. Maybe it's more a commentary about the nature of what is corruptible. Maybe they thought that Constellars weren't corruptible because they didn't have a soul. It'd be interesting if, like, Dreadlords didn't have a soul or something. So they're like soulless constructs or something. So maybe it's about the nature of how they can take on corruption. Maybe it has to do with their ability to, like, integrate with powers like Fel to deceive and make themselves look like demons or something.
Send in the skeleton crew.
She says Varamathis squandered his potential by backing the wrong side. Well, didn't he end up siding with Sylvanas? And, like, going against the Legion or whatever? I have to actually, like, review, like, what that fucking means.
Destroy these landlubbers!
Man, the damage disparity from people that have 400% verse. And those that don't, it's just crazy.
Nothing
During battle
sweeter
for Undercity,
than to
Varimathras
die at
betrays
sea.
Sylvanas for the Legion. Well, then why does he end up being tortured by the Legion? That don't make no sense.
You
He does send you into Orgrimmar with the whole burning blade stuff. Bro, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember. I gotta refresh myself on the story of Varimathras. Because I thought it was that he sided with Sylvanas. I guess he does end up, does he end up betraying her? I don't really remember.
Experiments have drawn the attention of enemies within my dragonflight.
You failed me for the last time, Varimathras. Sargeras voice in Undercity. Presumably Sargeras, sure.
Not every thread is a viable candidate. I am afraid you did not make the cut.
I think he was tortured because he called on Sargeras to witness a win.
Embrace your fate, fools!
Yeah, it sounds like I gotta read the Varimathras wiki. Yeah.
No! This is not possible! What manner of creatures are you?
I'm sure it's in a book too, but I don't know which one. I'm sure this stuff is in a book. It's probably around, I suppose it's probably around from the time of Kata. That's when that stuff happened, right? Maybe am I wrong? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know when these events took place.
Your fate rains down!
What makes you think that's the case? What makes me think what's the case?
I will drown you all like
That was before that?
rats.
Oh, Battle for Undercity was Wrathgate. Sorry, I thought you were talking about... You know there's been 2 of those, right? I'm so sorry. I thought you were talking about BFA. I was like, I don't remember that from Battle for Undercity at all. Or that's technically Battle for Lordaeron, but yeah.
Someone.
Okay, so that's
somewhere,
Wrath. My bad.
someone is sending infiltrators to try and stop us.
What the fuck?
Do you think you have won?
Nice.
You have merely survived.
Highmorn
the
Keystone
storm.
Enthusiast. Unlock
the seas
the
are
Infernal.
unstoppable.
Fuck yeah, dude. That's a badass title. Thank you so much for the carry, boys. Thank you very much for the carry. I got a lower... How do I do a plus 41 and get a lower item level trinket than what I'm wearing? That's disgusting. What the fuck is that? I also didn't get a teleport here. How the fuck does that work? Aren't we supposed to get ports?
I can't wait to hear about your adventures.
Are we supposed to unlock a teleport? Oh, did you end up beating the boss? No. You were? Yeah, so where's the teleport? We just did a plus 41. I don't think there is a port. Why wouldn't there be a port? It's a fucking Mythic Plus dungeon. What do you mean? I have the other ones. Trial of Valor, Blackrock Hold, Dark Arc Thicket, Halls of Valor. You think they're too close? So Mauve Souls just doesn't have one? That's fucking dumb as fuck. There's no way, right? Only dungeons which were in Mythic Plus have ports. There's only 6 total. Oh, and a seasonal dungeon. That's dumb as shit. Okay, what are the other ones? Well, I have half of them then, so what are the others? I'm assuming like Neltharion's Lair. I have Asuna's got to be one of them. I have Asuna's not one of them. Okay. So I need Court, Kara, Nels. Apparently. I also need to get Exalted with the Dreamweavers. That was thank you so much again for the carry, by the way, Talus. That was that seemed pretty easy. We had 1 billion years left on the timer. The Infernal. Dope title. I'm gonna have to put that on my well, I mean, I don't know. My Warlock title's actually probably cooler and rarer than this one. My Warlock title is Of the Black Harvest, which is from Green Fire questline. So actually, I don't even know if I'll... They use it on my Demon Hunter, though, for sure. I think. Well, actually, my Demon Hunter's, like, Fae-themed right now, so maybe I won't. I don't fucking know. I already cleared the Mythic Raids today. I need to do that. What's the add-on showing the eye levels on your gear? On your character screen like that? I think it's simple eye level. Yeah, simple item level. Fuck up, jail. Warlock Fire Mage, perhaps? Yeah, I could put it on my mage if I wasn't playing Frost. What's the add-on show in the... Yeah. I just fucking read that twice. I also gotta check... is anyone on retail that can check if the fucking world quest in Hollowfall where you play with the orphans is up right now? It's probably not. That shows the enchants as well. I think that's technically... it's simple eye level combined with better character panel. Shut up, Achubra. Not up for me? Dude, it's so bad. What kind of design is that? What's the add-on you're using for quest text? That's dialogue UI. Destroy moist grizzleberries. Vera Mathras also pretty well illustrates that the Dreadlords knew about what she was doing for the jailer, I think, too. His quotes about her is pretty, you know. Seems like he knew what was going on. See ya. I'm just doing world quests so I can try to get Dreamweaver's rep tokens. When the shattered mask hangs above your hearth, in hindsight, sounds like the helm of domination being broken in Mauvale. Well, the symbol of the Forsaken is the shattered mask, I think, as well. When your thrones run red with betrayal, when your holy places burn. Yeah, that's kind of a... yeah. Only then will you know, and it will be too late. It matters not, you're blind to the true darkness in your midst. target is dead. That's not good. Yeah. Very cool, but who fucking knows? Tell me, when she seized your throne of hides and bones, was your allegiance forced? No. I'd wager you surrendered it willingly. Or were convinced you did.
This time. Ooh, let's kill it. You're not taking our dragons.
Let's kill it.
You're not taking our dragons. You just wanted a little fun.
I love these guys' quotes, dude. What's up, Epsy? Yeah, I will maybe get around to going back to the Expedition 33 DLC boss. I'm about to just knock that motherfucker down to 1x health though, and not care if I do it on a higher difficulty or not, because yeah, if it's not fun, then yeah. I enjoy bosses where I feel like I can learn the parries, but I've had an exceptionally difficult time trying to fucking get the parries figured out, and it has not been fun.
Peace be with you. Go in peace, Asha.
Go in peace. Yeah, you go in pieces. Give me rep tokens. You just randomly get rep tokens, right? There's not like a certain type of world quest that you have to do to get them. Pretty sure it's just like a random chance. Unguarded Thistle Leaf treasure. I swear one of Odin's Valkyr said, I serve the Shadowlands. I mean, before they came up with the Kyrian, I mean, that's probably true. I mean, like that was kind of the intention with the Valkyr. I thought I was getting one for each world quest I did in the area. I've done 2 in this area. Haven't given me one yet. Why aren't they attacking me?
You cannot escape the curse.
You were stealth? I was? Didn't realize I had that.
To breathe again.
If you do world quests relevant to the weekly rep, the 3 factions that show at the bottom, they give rep tokens. And I think based on my experience, you also get rep tokens if you do the elite world quests, or at least you have a higher chance of getting them. That would make sense. Okay. Well, Dreamweavers isn't one of the 3 current ones. So I could do one more world quest in Suramar though. You got world boss available in Valshra, drops a rep token. Yeah, I do see that. I also have the dungeon one. But I don't think it always drops for the corresponding rep in the zone. Like, I'm pretty sure I got a Watcher's rep token like 2 minutes ago. which would not be the rep of this zone. That'd be Asuna, right? And this is Dreamweavers. So it seems like maybe doing any elite quest has a chance to give you any rep token. You think Ella-san will make an appearance in Midnight or TLT after a brief appearance in Dragonflight?
Behold my curse!
I kind of think that what we witnessed in Dragonflight was the past, and it's, I mean, it definitely was. It's not really a question of whether or not it was, it was. So it's not like Ella-san is like necessarily alive. As I understand it, she was like bound to the Nightwell, and then we did let the Nightwell sputter out, so I don't think so. But we did also have a quest line in Dragonflight where like a dude was killed and then restored from a disc that had his memories on it. So, and that same disc was something that Ella-san studied. So it's possible that she figured out how to, like, you know, maybe back herself up. And Wardens are island-wide, I think. World quests in the zone give you guaranteed rep with that faction, and I know that part. And the research stuff can give you any. Each zone has some Kirin Tor and Warden stuff. Oh, so it's it's probably because I was doing Kirin Tor quests that I think that. Because you're saying the Kirin Tor quest can give me any rep token because they don't inherently have a rep. That's why. Yesterday I was doing Kirin Tor quests and getting all sorts of tokens. When you go in the zone, the talking head tells you which rep token it'll drop. So like if a Warden says something like Champion, we need your aid, it means it's the Watcher's World quest, meaning it'll drop Watcher token. $750 for $750, the exact same fucking helmet. That makes me sick. Disgusting. I also think that these big infernal dudes can give you rep tokens.
You have saved me.
Gotta get shit for that. It's a waste. I had so much fun reliving Argus. It was so cool. Yeah, I haven't done any of that. Only 35 billion HP, you know? No big deal. I could just solo that. Jesus Christ. I could probably just solo a regular mythic dungeon. I found Argus to be annoying. I mean, when I did it current, Argus was okay. It was really cool to see Illyria and Turalyon. That was fucking sick. I mean, to me, they are literally legends. So I thought that was pretty dope. Not gonna lie. Probably gonna die here, but boy, we're gonna find out. Never mind, this shit's easy mode. It's fucking, yeah, okay. If you're like 500% verse, then you should be able to solo up to a 20. I'm not a 500% verse, so I'm not.
Consume! Devour! The harvest has come! Leave this meager vest, ancient souls of the Black Rook! Rise and join our chorus! This energy, it is too much!
Alright, and I get some of these token things at least. That's good.
I see.
The darkness.
750 trinket, we take that. Huge.
You aren't the ones who did this?
No, Gul'dan did this because he's a fucking asshole.
I understand now. You must find Kurtalos. You must.
High level upgrades are pretty huge now. Instead of 3, it's like 13, I think. Bro, yesterday I was getting like 20 item level upgrades. It was fucking insane. I was getting pieces that were going from like 669. Well, I guess it might have been, actually it might be like 13. That might actually be true, because I think it was like 682 or some shit. I don't know, I was getting huge upgrades, man. I went, dude, literally yesterday I was 669 eye level. And now I'm 740. And I didn't even play that long yesterday. It's just really fast. $779 is the new cap. It doesn't matter. I'm only 39 eye levels off that. What I'm trying to say is I got like 70 item levels yesterday. In like 2 hours of playing. I don't even know why they raised the cap. Oh, just to get people to grind more. Did I miss a rare? Ancient Widow. Isn't the whole purpose of this to kill the fucking rare? Makes you stronger, so it's faster. I think I'm kind of burnt out now. I finally capped my XP buff last night, still about 300% verse away from cap. Yeah, I don't really care about the XP buff. I'm not leveling any alts with this at all. Doesn't matter to me. This character will get deleted when I'm done. Actually, I'll transfer this character to live, probably do this stupid fucking orphan world quest because I can't do it, or orphan actual main quest because I can't get the fucking world quest. And then I'll probably delete it. This is technically a blood elf, so I could just have a horde and an alliance demon hunter. But I have literally no reason to have more than one of each character.
Will bury you here.
Especially now that faction barriers don't exist. Like, I just don't. Why would I?
You cannot escape.
When you transfer, you have a bunch of order resources which you can buy decor with in retail. That's a good idea. Yeah. Yeah. Really? Like, dude. That was idiotic. Let's throw in a level of priest and pally at some point. Yeah. Kind of nice to just run through this. Feels like I'm farming it on retail. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge stone boulders. Yeah, that was crazy, man.
I will paint this keep with your blood.
I've never got trapped at the bottom of the stairs by those before. It's crazy.
Cut. gotcha! Tremble beneath me!
Boulder throwers be cousins of dredges? Yeah, they're like Legion engineers. They're like little builders and stuff. It's funny how you kind of get that same thing over and over again, huh?
Fiends, you shall never have our world! Burn away!
Burn away!
Enough! I'm tired of this. Ravencrest, worthless husk.
10,000 years
10,000
have not been
years have
kind.
not been kind.
Now you...
Don't choke on your water, dude.
No, what am I? This is not my ancestors. Ilisana. No. Forgive me. Heroes, you must defeat him.
You expect these worthless mortals to defy the Legion?
Souls of my ancestors, to me! Aid our champions!
Is that the Primus on the floor? No, it's a Raven.
Return.
I will count on it. Whenever you come, we will meet you. And we will defend our world.
Justice
Thank
is
you, heroes.
come.
The great veil has been lifted from our eyes. We Ravencrests have sacrificed much and more in defense of this land.
Did
I
it-
see now we may rest,
I not.
safe in the knowledge that heroes still live.
Dreadlords really have no
Who will
physical
defend
body,
our
and they might just be essence bound to like this fucking weird armor. Did I not get credit for this?
I am honored. May the stars guide.
Did I just do that for no fucking reason? Why is the quest still on my map? Why is it not? I did both objectives. Oh, there we go. What the fuck? What the fuck? This game's weird, dude. I also didn't get a rep token. Was that not the portal out that I took? I'm so fucking confused, bro. I'm so confused. Does that for every world boss? Yeah, the world bosses are so scuffed, dude. I wish they just stopped making them.
Ishnuala
Take me out.
Enadris.
Get me the fuck out of here, bro. That is the instance portal, right? To leave the instance. No? No, it isn't. Oh, that's... Oh, I went back into the instance. It takes you all the way out. Duh. Okay, well, let's go try this world boss. But no one is going to be fighting these. No one fights world bosses anymore, I feel like. I just don't feel like I'm a very pious kind of person IRL, so I often feel disconnected with my character when I play Pally or Priest, but in all honesty, I think Paladins are super cool. Well, I'm not like a particularly religious person IRL either, but I basically just like...
Succulent marrow, crunchy bones.
That thing just fucking died. Someone just soloed it. But I believe in the idea of like, you know, inner fire, inner faith kind of thing. So that's kind of what I do with my paladin. It's all about the fire. Okay, well, okay. one does anything in this fucking game mode anymore. There's no way I'm gonna solo that, so... yeah. $14 billion HP? Yeah, bro. You know, just... and Fellraiser? Like, sick, dude. Yeah, totally. I could do that. Fucking dumb. So fucking dumb. Yeah, I mean, that's like the whole, that's like the theme of the Arathi. They might have like objects of reverence and stuff like that, but their light ultimately doesn't come from like a deity. You know, it comes from within themselves. That's the whole premise of the Sacred Flame. Oh, there's a Dreamweaver's token, nice. I feel like that kind of gets lost on a bunch of people. Also, there's the trivia guy, for those who remember this. There's the trivia guy, in Hollowfall. He does make a remark that leads me to believe that Avaloran is quite like Numenor, in that like the people that live there are blessed with longer lives, and not just because they're mated with elves, but because there's something magical about that place that's extending their life, which is probably like Naru type shit, like Beladar, which is, you know, he says something along the lines of like he would have spent more time studying things in the Empire back when we had more time. And I don't think that he's just saying like because we're closer to dying now. I think it's because he kind of says like like, oh, anyway. It almost felt to me like he was trying to insinuate that when you live in Avaloran, where the Empire is, presumably, that like your lifespan is literally longer. So yeah, and that's like a big Numenorian thing of like they have extended lifespans because they helped alongside the elves to fight back against the forces of fucking Morgoth or fucking Sauron or whoever the fuck it was at the time. And so they were blessed by I think by the Valar. So yeah, that's pretty interesting to me. Just kind of felt like further, you know, slight hinting that like lifespans in Avaloran are longer than normal. And then again, the whole Avalon, Avaloran, King Arthur, Knights of the Round Table shit really, again, it really makes me think. I mean, he sent the Third Fleet, assuming that they weren't gonna come back, and going and finding the Emperor's vision, all that stuff. It really, to me, feels so much like the quest for the Holy Grail, dude. It feels so much like that to me. Go find a new mode of immortality, since our lifespan is like waning. Or the source of our power that provides extended lifespan is waning. And these sheep, boom. Were the Draenei long-lived before the light showed up? I would assume so, because Velen, the Exodus of Argus was about 13,000 years BDP, or 15,000 years, somewhere in there.
I really enjoy your streams and vids. I can't always sub to show support, but I am forever grateful for your content. Cheers.
Rathos, thank you. Rathias, thank you. I'm not sure whichever way you'd like me to say that, but thank you so much for subbing for 4 months, and I appreciate you just being here and chatting, man. Thank you so much. But what I was gonna say, Taro, is that but Velen has been leading the Draenei for 25,000 years, which means that before the fall of Argus, Velen was like 10 to 12,000 years old. Arnhemscar, thank you for subbing for 6 months. Congrats on the new sub badge. So Velen was it appears to me that the lifespan of the Draenei is pretty much along the lines of like what we would consider to be immortal, or at least naturally immortal, before the Naru showed up to save them. Now, there's so many different... I guess I always assumed, based on the architectural style of the Draenei, that whether they had realized it or not, they had been influenced by the Naru for a long time. The Eridar, before they ever fell to the corruption of the Legion. But that may not be the case. I mean, Argus is pretty blatantly covered in a mineral known as Argonite that comes in myriad forms and colors. So presumably their buildings are all made out of it. So what that kind of suggests is that a lot of their architecture is actually built out of the blood of Argus, which is kind of fucking crazy. And I don't know if if the magical properties of it would extend their lives, or you know, night elves live for a very long time naturally as well. I mean, thousands of years. So the Draenei and the night elves seem similar in that way. But I don't know if it's the result of magical properties or a natural affinity or what. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, you should go to Argus and take a look at the architecture, and also understand that, like, I'm pretty sure that there's evidence to suggest that the Draenei, the Eridar, were not the only sentient race that existed on Argus, but they're the last one. I could certainly be wrong about that, but I think I remember reading somewhere, getting a hint somewhere that, like, they conquered the world. I mean, they ran that shit. I mean, the way that they looked at the orcs was basically almost with, like, pity. Not even pity, but it was almost like they kind of saw the orcs as, like, I mean, they saw them as primitive, which I don't necessarily, like, blame them for thinking that, but, like, at the same time, they knew that if they wanted to, they could just utterly destroy the orcs. Rathios is what I prefer, but it's just, I mean, yeah, whatever. I like to try to get it however you guys write it, you know? Oh, I have to mark falcons. That's fucking idiotic.
Got that one. Clear as
yeah.
die.
It's fucking stupid quest. And back in the day, you could spam this and you could hit one falcon twice. You could complete this.
Pow.
It doesn't work anymore.
Ow! Right in the kisser! No, wait.
I really enjoy your streams and YouTube vids. Oh yeah, that's what you said before. The blood of Numenor is all but spent kind of thing. Yeah, yeah. The interesting thing is, though, is that there may be evidence to suggest that the lifespan of those in Avaloren is actually getting longer. I like I can play it both ways, and I think it's fun both ways. Life's getting shorter because the whole blood of Numenor thing, or life's getting longer. Like the first emperors or first empress and emperors did not have as long of lifespans, but they're getting longer because they pursued relics and things to enhance their lifespan. And that could be why the emperor sent them to find Beledar, because if they get Beledar, that they might basically unlock, like, what we may consider to be, like, damn near permanent, like, immortality. You know? You get this massive power crystal and, oh, guess what? The current emperor is the last emperor forever, kind of thing. Like, that's where I would like to take it for the story, is that, like, this current emperor does not want there to ever be another emperor. That would be fucking sick. And them pursuing this mode of immortality would be fucking dope. I would like that a lot. I'd really like it, you know, if in this way the Emperor being so driven, and you could take it to very much Numenor. Lives are getting shorter too. This works both ways. If the waning of their extended lives is like driving him to more severe and more mad attempts to, like, remedy the problem, you know? Like, he's trying to, and you can twist it into a way of, like, he's trying to save his people and himself with this power, but it's also driving him to darkness, driving him to madness. Very much like a Lord of the Rings type thing, right? Which is something that has literally happened to the bloodline of the kings of Numenor through Isildur, right? So I think that'd be very fitting too. Where, like, he's trying to do the right, it's very, like, Boromir coded, right? Wants to get the Ring of Power, the One Ring, because he's trying to save his people, but not realizing that this quest for power is driving him mad, you know, and it's corrupting him. I very much feel like that's kind of one of the things with the Candle King in
If you won't return
in
to
Dark
your
Flame
world,
Cleft
I'll send you there in pieces.
is that like the Candle King is corrupted by darkness. And he's making like wax
Lieutenant
figurines
Star-Eye
of
commands.
like people
Death
who are
to all
actually alive,
intruders.
like using the wax to like make monstrosities kind of. So, and the wax is in a way, it's kind of the fuel for the flame.
Forgive me,
So
Lord
I don't know.
Ravenbreath.
I don't know. Something to think about. The common denominator is what you're saying about Draenei and Night Elves in what you're saying. And the lifespan is the light too. And then look at Turalyon from Zira. It would check out that the light sustains the Empire too. Absolutely. I mean, and I definitely think about it in terms of like, I'm not that familiar with 40K, but the Emperor of Man kind of thing too, with like sitting upon like a throne of souls and light and immortality, and like that's what sustains the Emperor type thing. And I mean, you think about it, guys, we've seen light users, not because the light itself is necessarily inherently tyrannical. I think that's a perspective. But the way it's used is absolutely tyrannical. I mean, just think about how the church has been used to oppress people in real life, right? So that's kind of how I think of the Emperor for the Arathi, is like, you could basically become the God Emperor, like the God King, and no one could stand against that. I mean, what are you supposed to do in a where like where like your king's court is basically zealots that are all juiced by the light? Like, I mean, you guys know how when paladins unite and like stride a battlefield together, like they're damn near invincible. Like I mean, that's just not a force that anyone, especially peasants or serfs or lower people in that empire, could stand against. You know. And I want for a righteous empire, a truly just and righteous empire, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I think that someone like Faerun and or Anduin would be much, maybe much better served to dethrone someone like that and unite the humans and the elves again. And I don't know. I feel like there's a message, like an Aragorn-esque message, that you go with Anduin Wrynn, and like, the current emperor is not a good guy. Like, that's really what I want. I really, really badly want that to be the case, because I feel like it's just, you can see how, I mean, it's very much like Heaven's Ward if you played Final Fantasy XIV. This is basically King Thordan and his Knights Penitent, whatever the fuck they're called. I always forget that the Heaven's Ward is what they're called. But it's kind of like that. This is what happens when someone is chasing power beyond their grasp. They're basically going after immortality. They are having their royal religious court oppress the people that live in the city. The poor are suffering. The rich are, even some of the rich are being ousted or undercut by the emperor because they challenge his rule. Stuff like that, It would be better for the narrative if it's a war against the light empire, not the light itself. Exactly. And I think that that's one of the things that we really need to start to consider in WoW, is that we get these preconceived notions of like, if you use Fel, you're evil. There's people that think warlocks are just evil because they use Fel. No. If Fel is what I think it is, a wild, like, demonic nature magic, it's not just inherently evil. Void isn't inherently evil either. It's about, again, it's about how you wield power, not what the power is. As maybe not a great analogy, but are guns, like, I guess a gun is a tool technically made for killing, but also for hunting and, I don't know, also for sport. But the comparison I was going to make is like, is a gun evil, or is taking the fucking gun and shooting someone with it evil? I would say that killing someone with the gun is evil. I'm just trying to make the analogy that the power itself isn't the evil thing. The light isn't, I don't think the light is inherently evil. I don't think order is inherently evil. I think it's how you use it, Yeah, hacking is maybe a good analogy. You can hack for good or you can hack for bad. You can hack to fucking steal innocent people's money, or, you can hack to, that's maybe a better way to look at it. It's about how you're using the capability rather than what the capability is, right? That's, do you fight to protect or do you fight to oppress? It's two different things. So I do think that disconnecting the cosmic force, but you guys, I'm gonna warn you right now, because I've seen this time and time again, and I've even done it myself. People are not there are some people out there that are going to have an extremely difficult time separating the two. They're gonna see, if this happens, they're gonna see that the light is being used for a bad thing by bad people, and they're gonna say that the light is bad. They're not gonna get the point. So just be prepared for the people that are not able to separate the power from the purpose or the wielder, and they're gonna say that it's bad. They're not gonna understand. I have seen it with Zira, where, you know, and I've done, again, this is an example of where I've done it. The light is bad. Have you seen what Zira did? Well, Zira is also kind of an extreme example, right? That's not very fair. It's like saying order is inherently bad when it's not. It's literally necessary for structure, right? You need it for structure and I think balance. But the way that the Titans wield it is bad. So like there's nuance there. But it's going to be hard for certain people to appreciate said nuance. So just be prepared. But yeah, I do think separating it's a great idea. You have to show that it's how we choose to use the power at our disposal that's bad or good. It's not the power itself. Power is just it is. It just exists. So again, it's like, yeah, the void's not evil. The void is just a power. I truly believe everything has potentially a little bit of void in it. Everything has a little bit of darkness, but it's how, you know, it's how we use it. You know, do we let that drive us to madness and have an insatiable hunger, which we can only sate by consuming living things and doing, you know, but is that the true nature of the void, or is the void only behaving as such because the void is fucking starving? And why is the void starving? I don't know. Maybe it's because order intruded upon the natural cycle of things, and maybe the void is like the maw, not getting fed like it's supposed to anymore. And then at that point, I can't really blame the maw for having insatiable hunger. Like, you know, void eats light. And then when it's eaten enough light, it turns back into light. Like, we've seen this. We've seen the transition occur. So, yeah, that's how I feel about it. Literally, you are what you eat kind of stuff. And when Velen says shit like light is life and life is light, then like, if the void needs to eat life in order to restore to light, then, you know, that's a problem. It shows like if the void is spreading inevitably because the cycle is not working properly, then it tells me that the void has not been allowed to eat how it's supposed to. It's been looked at as the bad thing, the villain. And yes, there is a level of misunderstanding, which some people think is lazy writing, but it isn't. It's like, yes, we do misunderstand the void. Its whole premise is madness and like in infinitudes. Like, of course, we're going to misunderstand it. Like, that's the whole point of it. The Eldritch, like, it's incomprehensible by its nature, right? But it doesn't mean that like it's bad or that it's good. It's just it's almost like a force of nature. And in this way, that's like, I kind of think that's, even though I'm concerned about why Dimensius even exists, it's kind of how I see Dimensius to a degree of like, it's not, Dimensius isn't evil. Dimensius is just a force of nature. He's just literally a big elemental made out of void energy that can only sustain itself by consuming energy. Like, if he doesn't, then he fades out of existence and ceases to exist. Like, I can't say I really blame Dimensius for even doing what he does. And frankly, Dimensius doesn't really seem to have that much of a personality to me. So he doesn't even have, like, Dimensius isn't even like positioned as someone who has some kind of malevolent goal or malign intelligence. He literally just does what he does. Same way we misunderstand any predator that makes us prey, a force of nature. Like you just said, yeah, it's just, you gonna blame something for the way that it is? Like, you can tell that it's a Void Lord because of the way that it is. Like, dude, it's just how it is. He's like fire. Yeah, he's manifested entropy. Bigger the void guy you are, the less you think? Maybe. I don't know. I think the more, yeah, I mean, maybe the more human, I mean, spirit could tie into it as well, because spirit gives like elemental sentience and stuff like that, right? So there could be an aspect of that at play that, I don't know. But yeah. I think the more that you interact with mortals, the more like a mortal you will likely become, at least in like temperament and behavior and stuff. It's like a corruption. I think that's the case. Void is also choice and change. I see the void spread and light take over and become life. I mean, we're basically told from the beginning of Chronicle that, like, there's light, and then void comes where the light falls from power. Where the light's power fades, void manifests. And these two connected, opposing yet inseparable forces had this mounting tension between them that eventually sparked a series of catastrophic explosions that allegedly birthed the fucking physical universe. It led to the creation of both the Twisting Nether and the Great Dark Beyond. So, and they claim that demons are born from the energies of the light and void bleeding together at the boundaries of the Nether. So, yeah. Already killed that guy. Oh my god, oh my dude, my timing is unbelievably fucking bad, dude. My timing is unbelievably bad. They just killed it again, right when I fucking got here, dude. Unbelievable. What the fuck? Okay, there are groups, though. I was just looking in the wrong place. Okay. That's better, okay. It's kind of like how you take traits from friends or people that you interact with. Like, you get influenced by people. Yes, and yeah, and things absolutely influence each other. No question about it. So, yeah, I've really been trying to, like, disconnect the way that I see people with certain powers behave from the actual power itself. I'm really trying to do that. Because otherwise, we end up kind of blind to the point. It's like, yes, can certain cosmic powers help bring out certain traits? Yes. But ultimately, generally speaking, the people wielding these powers still have a choice. Cosmic forces might exacerbate pre-existing philosophies, but they're not the reason necessarily why people make decisions. This is Doorways by OSRS Beats. He makes like trap remixes of RuneScape songs. It's fucking sick. Is there a way to avoid that fear? Unavoidable CC is fucking cringe. This guy's just soloing the boss. First ones really like to watch a cosmic battleground battle with a flag captured being Azeroth. I'm gonna be honest, guys. I don't think the first ones are, if they exist, I don't know, dude. They could literally just be the most ancient race in the cosmos, even predating the Titans. And like, does Azeroth count as a race? Like, if you look at the first ones in Babylon 5, they're like a very ancient race. So it's but the thing is like the Titans are called a race. They're called that, a race of celestial beings or whatever. So the first ones could be the highest archetypal rulers of the Order Force theoretically. They very well could. And the thing that has to be, like, remembered is that, I'm pretty sure it's Neltharion talks about the Titans inheriting their power, inheriting something. I'm paraphrasing, so pardon me, but that which they did not create but inherited is what he says, I think, in the annotated journal. I'm pretty sure he really makes it out to be like this existed already and they inherited it. And that's why I think like overthrowing Argus or something is like perfect. Because it's like overthrowing Uranus or whatever. I'm gonna do a mythic Argus. Or mythic ley line connections here, by the way, otherwise you wouldn't have teleportation nexuses here. Nexi. The Temple of Elune, not surprising. I'm still on board with the first one just being the Titans and it's just propaganda. The first ones could also be the old gods. I don't think that'll be the case, but it could end up being the case. Neltharion book and Odin book kind of paints the picture, the first ones for me at least. Well, don't take anything Odin says at face value, so wouldn't recommend that. Oh, Odin says that they were gifted powers by the Titans and by the first ones in Zereth Ordis. Odin probably doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. I don't know. I just find it hard to believe that they'd tell that loudmouth fuck exactly what happened. I think Odin thinks he knows what happened. I don't think he does. I think that he likes to think that he knows, but I don't think so. Odin, you're drunk, go home. I mean, it's just like, imagine you have 5 kids, right? Let me think if this analogy makes any sense. Okay, imagine you're throwing a surprise birthday party, okay? And you don't want anyone to spoil the surprise, right? So you're only gonna tell people that you know aren't gonna spoil it. You think Odin's on the short list of people that you're gonna tell about the surprise birthday party? That's my point. Yo, Zax is true. Gifted wonders even. He doesn't even know what it means. And yet he was clearly denied half or more of the story if he had to sacrifice an eye just to see 1/6 of it. Gallon. I would be true, for there are those who trust me. I would be pure, for these are those who care. I would be strong, for there is much to suffer. I would push the like button, for there it is to push. That's fucking hilarious. Also, for those curious what I'm eating. That's a big box of Chex Mix right there, baby. In your guys' opinion, what's the best thing out of a Chex Mix, huh? Do you fuck with the pretzels? Do you fuck with these like brown bread things? Do you fuck with the little bread sticks? Or do you fuck with the Chex Mixies? What's your favorite? Bagel chips, that's what those are. You like the brown Chex pieces, like these ones? The little ones? As opposed to the lighter ones? It's the checks that end up way over season somehow. Yo, true. Like one of these. Yeah, that's what you're talking about right there. That's what you're talking about right there. One of those bad boys, huh? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. All right, enough. Stop it. Stop it, chat. You guys, what have you guys done? Man, I love Chex Mix. It's good shit. Why did I teleport? Fucking idiot. I'm supposed to go solve an enigma. I gotta do Kieran Tor quests. Oh, I think I only have one that I can do. I'm pretty sure I literally just have one. Let me check up here. The Wardens. High Mountain. High Mountain. The Wardens. High Mountain. High Mountain. The Wardens. High Mountain. Alright, I got one that I can do in Val Sherrod. I'll teleport to Halls of Valor. I just noticed your shirt. Yeah, I got it from Soda Poppin's merch store. Too bad I can't go through many wash. I mean, I've worn it a lot, but it's the Twitch logo, but instead it says cringe. I think it's pretty accurate. Also, bro, I'm just gonna say it. I think that the idea that this was part of the Halls of Valor is absolute fucking dog shit, made up nonsense, dude. Or part of Ulduar. That does not make a fucking lick of sense, dude. It could have been further, like, stylized or whatever as a result later on, but that makes zero fucking sense, bro. I don't get that at all. That seems like total fucking fake news. It looks so much like Antorus, bro. Absolutely. So you got fucking Agrimar's vault over here. Like, what are we talking about? What? Used to be part of Ulduar? Yeah, I don't know, dude. I think that's fake news. The Wardens World Quest and Remix don't give Wardens rep. What? That's fucking brain dead. See ya. That doesn't make any sense. Soda has some funny merch he does. I know it's been said with the flaming beard on Odin matching Sargeras. It's not even just the flaming beard. He's a warrior. He got mad that the others wouldn't listen to him and isolated himself. One leads an army of demons, one leads an army of angels. Like, it's way too much. It's way too much. I do not believe that. I cannot bring myself to accept that Odin is a keeper of Aman'Thul. That does not make any sense. He's also declared the leader. He's literally declared the prime designate. And then they just don't listen to him. It's like, I don't know. I just can't. I don't know. Doesn't make no goddamn sense to me. I wonder how long Agrimar was serving Sargeras for. Sad he was reduced to an avatar, but he could have done a lot of the building. You mean in Antorus? Sure. I don't know. I wonder how long he did. And it's interesting because in the fight with the Coven of Shivara, the only Titan who's using a unique model and is not actually using the Khazgoroth model, their Titan model is Khazgoroth. If you pay attention in the Coven of Shivara fight, Khazgoroth's Torment, he almost looks like he's already been broken, similar to Agrimar. So it feels like their natural affinity allowed them to be broken maybe more easily, maybe more of a natural affinity with like fire or whatever, or light in the case of Agrimar. and honestly, like, it's just interesting when you go at it with like a different point of view, because you can basically just look at it as like, if the Titans are ordered, then Sargeras is effectively unordering them. Like, even what he did to Argus is effectively unordering him. Like, oh, the Titan showed up, they fucking ordered the fuck out of it, which means they might have split the soul up and whatnot. But then he's basically trying to undo that. So again, it can easily be looked at as something that's like evil, but not necessarily. Might just be trying to undo some shit that was already pretty fucking evil. I don't know. Just some food for thought. Argus didn't seem very happy, but you know, I can't imagine it feels good when you're ordered as fuck and you start getting blasted with fell energy or whatever. People don't know this, but if you just rearrange the letters in Sargeras and Odin, it spells fractal. Crazy. That's crazy stuff right there, bro. This place is fucking spooky as well, dude. Do you think the Titans have a sort of base primal need to order things in the same way we have needs to eat and drink and the Void has a need to consume? Maybe, but I think that perhaps that has been exacerbated to an extreme level. I really think that what happened to the Titans in Zereth Ordis, if such a place truly exists, is that they were ordered. Like, hard. They were, like, heavily ordered. And that's why they take these constellation kind of forms where they're supposed to be, like, more multi-aspected and probably more concerned with stability and balance. But instead, the extreme drive to accomplish this pursuit has, like, led them to be, like, tyrannical and oppressive in nature and cause division and like things that are not really necessarily supposed to, you know, they've taken it to the extreme. It's kind of like Sargeras with chaos. It's kind of the extreme solution. The light surging over all creation, trying to crystallize worlds and the pink and gold crystals of the Naru. Probably not good. The Void trying to consume reality itself, like life having unfettered growth and leading to like just horrific rot and decay, like death trying to, you know, well, if this is truly what death is doing, trying to subjugate everything, or, you know, like just any of these things are not good. So the Titans, I think, are, you know, just they're just, I don't know if they've always been an extreme, but I think that's where at least some of them are now. And I like to think that it hasn't always been that way. God damn. That maybe something happened that drove them to that madness, you know? And again, this could be based on like some kind of benevolent desire. You know, we have to rid the universe of war and conflict and evil, but as a result, we basically have to erase free will. That's really where my mind is at in terms of what the Titans not only could have, but I think are likely to have done. And with such a philosophy, is like, they were trying to basically solve the problem of conflict and strife, and the way that they were going to accomplish that was basically get rid of the thing that allows that to happen. But ironically, I think what's greatly ironic about this is, one, it's not possible. I literally don't think it's possible. And second of all, it causes more war. Their intent to order the universe and try to basically solve the problem of conflict just creates more conflict. How do I get this shit to give me my reward? Dag nabbit. And that's cool. Their attempt to order causes more chaos. And that's because you can't order by just forcing everything into a mold. You can't, that's not what order should be. But that's what they try to do. You can't, it's not successful. So yeah, they just create more chaos. They think they're solving a problem, and they're actually just making it worse. Because from their perspective, they have the right answer. Oh, this is how you fix this. Not really. Not really. But their perspective blinds them, you know? They probably don't even realize that what they're doing is fucked up. Because to them, it's the proper solution. I mean, think about Sylvanas. That's what she thought. This is the right solution. This is how we solve this problem. Well, not necessarily. Just because you think it's the right solution doesn't mean it is, especially when you're trying to come up with the solution for other people. You're basically taking ownership of that and being like, I know the right answer. Your opinions don't matter. This is the correct way. Which, by the way, I feel like you see this a lot nowadays. Maybe even more than ever. I think more than perhaps ever before. Where people, in my opinion, key phrase there, seem to almost be conditioned or trained in some way into thinking that their opinion is the only correct one, it's the only one that matters, and that their view, it's not even that it's an opinion, that their view is just the objective truth of reality. That's very common. I see that so, like, you see that when you see people criticize things a lot of the time. This game is this, that, and the other. They don't even consider that their opinion of it or their perspective is not what other people think. It's just like, this is the answer. And I feel like that's very much what the Titans are like. It's in a way, it's almost like it's kind of disregarding and almost authoritarian. Like, you don't just get to tell people, as a matter of fact, what is the truth about things that are subjective by nature. That's not, I'm sorry, it's just like, that's not how that works. But that's very much, in my opinion, what the Titans have done. They have sought to basically dictate for the rest of the cosmos what the correct answer is, and everyone else can go fuck themselves because they're wrong. They're crazy, or they have, you know, they don't get it. You know, you think you do, but you don't kind of mentality. Well, it turns out you do. But I might be the arbiter of truth and false. Yeah, it's just that it's like, dude, what, like, why do you think? And dude, I feel like I used to do the same thing too. Why do you think that your opinion is like more valid than someone else's? Like, and especially, I feel that it's become especially common that people do this without actually experiencing the thing that they're giving the opinion about, especially when it comes to the criticism of video games. It's like, bro, you haven't even played it. How the fuck? Like, just look at the Game of the Year discourse that has been going on. Expedition 33's garbage, didn't deserve to win Game of the Year. Oh, did you play it? No, I don't have to play it to know that though. Like, okay, dude. Like, what is actually wrong with people? Like, what the fuck is that? Why do we do that? I'm not gonna say we. Why do some people do that? That's fucking crazy. And I'm sure that a lot of people do it on like a subconscious level. They don't even realize that they're doing it. That's what cognitive distortion is. It's cognitive bias. Like, it's fucking confirmation bias. It's whatever you want to call it. Cognitive dissonance. Like, oh, fuck. I just don't get it. Most people are just engagement farming at those takes, but they're not though. I don't think they are. Like, some of these takes are just coming from random people. They're not like influencers or creators in any way. They're just random fucking people who are like seemingly mad that the game that they like didn't win. Every year is the same. Maybe it is, and maybe I'm only just noticing the discourse more this time because I actually like the game that won. But I don't personally, which is anecdotal of course, remember it being quite this bad. But, you know, maybe that comes with the territory as you like get older, you pay more attention. It did happen last year with Astrobot, sure. Astrobot to me seemed like a weird pick because I just had never even heard of anyone playing Astrobot. Like, it was kind of like a how the fuck did that game win kind of situation, where at least with Expedition 33, it's pretty clear how it could win, but I've also never played Astrobot. So I'm not gonna sit there and be like, yeah, that's the wrong answer, because what the fuck does that even mean? But I don't know. I don't know. Maybe people are just growing bolder in their willingness to just throw opinions out there, or so. I don't know what it is. Why does it feel more prevalent to me? Because it doesn't mean that it is. But why does it feel like it is? I don't know. Maybe because I'm paying more attention to it, even though I'm not doing it intentionally. Maybe because social media is like designed to draw more attention to it. I don't know what it is. I noticed it when Elden Ring won. The fans of other games got so butthurt. Yeah, I guess it's kind of hard for someone that in I guess I'm pretty commonly like on the side of the Game of the Year winner. Like, I thought that Elden Ring should have won Game of the Year. It did. I thought that Expedition 33 should have won Game of the Year. It did. Like, so I guess I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't. I just feel like I end up appreciating the game that ends up winning pretty often. Did you play Black Myth Wukong? Nope. But it doesn't, I mean, I also don't have an opinion that's like, it doesn't deserve to win. I don't have that, I don't think that. I don't think like that. I don't. And ultimately, I feel like that's what a lot of this boils down to, is that people will likely just vote what they've interacted with. Because like, when I looked at some of those categories, I didn't even know some of the games in them. So it's like, how could I possibly vote for it? I don't know anything about it. I don't know anything about it. So I can't, I mean, I feel like sometimes you're basically just left with the default of voting for the one game that you did play. So, I mean, you're gonna, you know, you're probably just gonna vote for, in a lot of cases, what you experienced. Social media has made people bolder too? Perhaps. I think that has something to do with it. All the people talking about current year WoW and its story and gameplay, etc. In the next sentence, they say they last played in Wrath of the Lich King. Yeah. Yeah, that's frustrating as fuck. That's very annoying. The skybox on Argus gives me chills. The scale's fucking wild, don't mind me. Yeah, it's pretty amazing, huh? There was someone that was like brand new to the Discord that had something to say about this the other day. And I thought what they said was like, pretty nice, pretty smart. But I'm gonna dig forever to find it. Oh yeah, here it is. They said, this is from Prontokopek, whose name I'm probably butchering. They said the PTR for WoW is a central failing point. It is not just technical testing. It contains near complete narrative content, but stripped of pacing, context, and emotional sequencing. Story is designed to be experienced in order, but it's delivered as raw components, which destroys mystery. When the scaffolding is visible, immersion collapses. Blizzard incentivizes this because it serves retention metrics. Spoilers generate constant traffic, theory crafting, streams, and discussion between patches. The narrative cost is severe. Story stops being a journey and becomes a checklist of already known outcomes. He said, raw components make people think that the lore is weak or poorly written. It's a circle. And I replied, I said, I unironically deleted a comment today from someone saying that I reacted to the Sylvanas stuff way too late and that everyone has already covered it, but the guy didn't realize that I wasn't late. Everyone else was early because they just watched the cinematic that was data mined over a month ago. That comment really irked me. And he said the community has inverted the axis. Instead of story, then reaction, then interpretation, it's become leak and then consensus, fatigue, and dismissal. Anyone reacting at the correct moment is perceived as behind because the collective already exhausted the material prematurely. People enforce a corrupted social clock where legitimacy is tied to how fast someone consumes leaked material. In that system, patience is reframed as ignorance, and restraint is reframed as irrelevance. And I just read that and I was like, that's fucking based, dude. Holy shit, that's fucking based. That's fucking based. So yeah, I thought that was pretty damn well said. and I have no idea what you do to fix it. I think Blizzard just needs to fucking nuke any story stuff from PTR, man. I just think it needs to go, dude. Like they need to change something. But my fear is that they just don't care enough for the narrative enjoyer's experience to do anything about it. I just don't think they care enough. I think that he's right, and that it serves retention metrics more than it serves them by keeping people engaged with the narrative, because the sad truth is this, I think anyway, the majority of WoW players, they don't engage with any of this. They have no idea what's coming. They don't know. They don't look. They're not watching videos about it. They're not watching what YouTubers think. A YouTuber puts out a video, gets 150,000 views. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's not that many people. It sounds like a lot, but it isn't. Right? So it's just like it's what makes me realize that my viewership, my fan base, if that's what you want to call it, is an extreme minority. What percent do you think even read the books? Less than 1%. Less than 1%. Yet more than 1% speaks about the story like they know what the fuck is going on. Percentage-based lava damage. God, I love you, Argus. So good to be back. There's a better way to get there than doing this. I don't know why I went this way, but... well, that works. What is the difference to leak now? Simple, the whole story for the World Soul Saga after all. It's been open for everyone before release anyway. I don't know what that even means. What is the diff to leak now? Simple, the whole story for the World Soul Saga after all. It's been open for everyone before release anyway. I don't know what that means. The percentage of book readers is similar to the similar size to the percent of mythic raiders. That dude has a point. You gotta hand it to him. Bro, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I don't know what the fuck you're saying. The amount of times quests have been bugged on PTR that won't let you progress shows that they need PTR. Yes, but the problem is that the PTR is not solving the problem. Don't you realize, like, if you're gonna have, like, I just don't, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think that the contents of a cutscene or the contents of quest text is something that should exist in PTR. I just don't think it should be there. You can test the framework of the quest and then just add the text. Like, what the fuck? Why does it have to just be there? It's not like the music didn't play during an important scene for you, and that's why I got angry and was like, why even have PTR, man? Why even have PTR when you're gonna have cutscenes, major parts of patches like that not function? Why even bother? It clearly doesn't make the game some polished experience. Guys, here's the truth. In my opinion, this is what I think the truth is. They just don't want to play internal testers to make sure that their game is properly fucking put together before they put it out, because Blizzard has historically cut people in QA and fucking QC over and over and over to fucking show record profit numbers, instead of actually being concerned with making a good quality product. That's the problem. They're not putting the fucking money and resources where they should be in order to make sure that the game comes out in the quality that it fucking deserves to exist in. And I love World of Warcraft, but I don't love Blizzard. I love the World of Warcraft devs. I very much appreciate Maria Hamilton, Ian Hazacostas, and Stickney. I even like Holly Longdale. Like, I appreciate these people, but they're not the ones behind these decisions. I really don't believe they're the ones behind these decisions. So it just is very frustrating, because for those of us, the few of us that do genuinely give a shit about WoW's story, we just end up kind of getting the short end of the stick all the fucking time. We end up dodging spoilers for 6 to 8 months before a fucking expansion comes out. That's idiotic as fuck. I just don't understand how that can be acceptable. I don't have to do that with any other game. What other game do you have to dodge spoilers like that for? I reported that during my PTR testing if it makes you feel better. Well, it doesn't, because it tells me that players are giving the feedback, but Blizzard's not fixing it. Which is that's the core of the argument for why even bother having PTR. If you're gonna make players do this, you're gonna have players do this for free, by the way, and you're gonna have story stuff spoiled all the fucking time, and then not even have the problems be fixed and have people given this feedback, then why even do it in the first place? That's where you get the argument for like, then you don't even need PTR. They're doing it to keep retention. And I think that that's not that unrealistic to think. Is it the same for Final Fantasy players? No, Final Fantasy doesn't even have PTR, and it comes out with polished patches every single time. You know how many significant glitches I've experienced in FFXIV? Maybe fucking 2 or 3 in fucking 6 expansions. 6! Now, I was also playing it polished, post patches and everything, so if there were issues, I didn't experience them when they were live, but they don't have a PTR, and the fucking game is stable. So, it's just frustrating, because it's like, I've seen a smaller company do this. I don't know how, I don't know if I'd say smaller, but I've seen another company do this successfully. I just don't, but Final Fantasy, Square Enix also pays a bunch of internal testers to make sure that it's correct. That's the problem, is that like it doesn't seem like WoW does that. There's been a few issues in DT, but the MSQ was still almost always perfect. What's crazy too is that there's no profit. The story is experienced before it's even truly purchasable or playable yourself. How many just don't buy the product because they saw it already? And what's annoying about that, Zaxxas, is that what they may be seeing is likely not even truly and fully representative of the narrative experience. It's not even the whole thing. But you have this kind of like reactionary shit on the internet where a cutscene gets data mined and it starts getting spread around and people come to giant conclusions before they've ever even experienced the game. It's the same argument I make for like, why would you let someone on Reddit or a movie trailer dictate for you in entirety whether or not you are gonna go see a movie or whether or not you think a movie is good? Shouldn't you experience it and determine that for yourself? And people can make the argument, well, some people want to save time. Some of these things are big time investments and you don't have time to determine. Well, then I don't know why you're looking in the first place, because you don't have time to play the game. You don't have time to get invested. Why even bother looking at the narrative in any capacity and making judgments about it if you don't have the time to fucking play it anyway? And it's not necessarily that they don't have the time. Let me correct myself. It's sometimes that they don't want to waste the time. People are too fucking worried about wasting time nowadays, man. But what's really sad is that because they're so concerned about wasting time, they're actually wasting the opportunity for experiences for things that they might actually like. And that's a fucking shame, dude. The amount of people that told me like, oh, this movie sucked. I don't know why. You're going to go see that? I saw on Reddit that it wasn't very good. I go and watch it. I'm like, yeah, I loved it. I thought it was really good. Enjoyed it for my own reasons, and I liked it. There was a couple things I didn't like. This is why I didn't like those parts. Overall, loved the movie. But we're in this like weird fucking trend, period of time where like some people just don't want to experience things for themselves and like come to conclusions about it themselves. They just want to have someone else tell them what to fucking think about it. And I don't get it. Some content creators have no time, but by their understanding of the lore. Perhaps. Jazzmania, thanks for the follow. Rotten Tomatoes is one of the worst things to happen in movies and theaters. I have a deep hatred for websites like that. That's a wild take. It's really not that wild of a take. It's a website that aims to try to objectively like rank movies and give them ratings to people before they've ever experienced them. When in fact, like I just said, people may enjoy it if they actually... There are people who don't go and see things because the review tells them that it's not worth it before they ever even give it a chance, when what I'm arguing it for is that the reality is you might enjoy it if you just fucking went and saw it. And stop letting fucking people on Reddit tell you what to think about shit before you've ever experienced it. That's problem to the people who are influenced, to be fair. That's exactly what the purpose of the website is, Formax. That's what the relevance of the website is to influence people through reviews. Like, you're okay, so it's the people who let themselves be influenced that are the problem. I don't even necessarily disagree with you, but why are people so willing to let themselves be influenced? I think it's partly because we've normalized the structure of doing shit like that. Constantly having reviews and opinions about shit that's not even necessarily out yet. It's dishonest, in my opinion.
Reducing movies and games to one-sentence reviews and percentage ratings is destructive to art.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I love how you're like, oh, I'm not influenced, so it's not a problem. Like, dude, come on, man. Wake the fuck up. It's a weird time we live in, indeed. Media about other media is just like crazier than ever. And it's especially detrimental when it feels like certain media outlets give bad reviews because it generates more clicks. That's what really pisses me off, is when it's dishonest reviews and feedback because it's how they pay their bills. I cannot fucking stand that. If you're not gonna at least like be honest and tell the fucking truth about what you're reviewing, don't fucking do it. Completely changed on the subject. Do you think that Zal could be like the dark side of Elune? No. I really don't think so. Really don't think so. I suppose it's possible that, look, I really think that Zal could be, a daughter of Elune in some capacity. Look, I think I've said this, I got videos on this. I'm pretty sure that Xal'atath is formerly a Naru, and if the Naru were created by Elune, as Khadgar and Velen hint at, the relationship between them, then I think that Xal'atath is inherently related to Elune. But do I think she's like the dark side of the moon or no, I don't think that. I don't think that. No. I don't think Zal is on the same power level as Elune. I don't think they're even close. Just saw the avatar of Sargeras. I thought it looked very similar to the Jailer's Husk in ZM. Do you think there's any correlation? I mean, there's probably correlation just through the fact that their avatar body is meant to contain a measure of one's soul or power, which is exactly what the Jailer's body is. The Jailer's body is just a vessel. People are fucking stupid and didn't pay any attention during Zareth Mortis and watch some dumbass YouTubers who don't know what the fuck they're talking about repeatedly say that the fucking Eternal Ones are robots when they objectively are not. And so now they think they're fucking robots when in fact they're not. They're literally souls put into prison vessel bodies. This is pretty explicitly explained in the fucking raid. But, you know, I don't, the first dude, the whole Zoval vessel shit, the first one shit, anything regarding Shadowlands just pisses me off because no one knows what the fuck they're talking about. And they just fucking act like they do. She could have been a priestess who felt abandoned by Elune? Absolutely. She could have been one of the Prime Naru who fell to the void. You know? That's one of my favorite ideas, is that, like, she is a Prime Naru like Zira, and perhaps the first Naru that ever fell to the void. And because, like a lot of individuals who end up falling to the darkness, she probably ended up imprisoned by the others of her kind. Exiled and or imprisoned. Like Sargeras. Like Odin. Like Zoval. You know? That kind of character who the others kind of deem corrupted, darkened, mad, whatever, and so, you know, something must be done about that, right? That's what I'd like. She's like the first Naru that ever fucking reverted to darkness or whatever, and they like lost their mind about it. They didn't know what to do about it, so they imprisoned her. Are there any old VODs of your XIV gameplay? I wanted to look at earlier ARR content. I don't have any VODs of early ARR content. My VODs basically begin with Coil's Bahamut. Because at the time, I didn't think anyone gave a fuck about my playthrough of Final Fantasy XIV. I only had like a couple hundred people watching the stream. I didn't think anyone gave a shit. So I wasn't like saving them or editing them or anything. It wasn't until I got to Coils of Bahamut and there was a fucking 600 people watching that I thought, oh, this might be good to preserve this. Might want to record this and keep this. So I do have a XIV channel where my old VODs are. You can see it there in the chat, PyroFFXIV. But they start at Coils of Bahamut. It's a pretty late end game of ARR. Could add some context to her almost mocking the use of the term goddess in the temple. Yeah. Yep. Sorry if I'm a little bit sassy answering some of your guys' questions. It's not personal. I just some of these topics, they just yeah. IMO Shadowlands is great. Maybe gameplay wasn't that good, but the storyline's great. I mean, playing it in hindsight, I think Shadowlands is much better than people give it credit for. It's much better than I gave it credit for. But at the time, during COVID, everyone's all, you know, not everyone, that's hyperbole, but everyone's all pissed off because the game, you know, the Moss sucks and Torghast isn't as fun as it was on PTR or beta. You know, I think it just led to, it's just really unfortunate, man. And it's so fucked. People just, and I did the same thing, man. When I raged, I put all of the blame on Steve Denuser, which isn't even fucking accurate. People act like the Titans being like unhealthily driven by order is somehow his thing that he added, and it was a retcon, and it's just people just have such cognitive dissonance, bro. It's just it's fucking painful, dude. Do you think TBT, the Black Temple architecture with the gigantic runway leading to Argus, oh, the Burning Throne, leading to Argus World Soul will be kind of similar on how Azeroth's prison will be showed to us? Not ignoring the red domination runes on TBT, by the way. I don't think there's red domination runes on the Burning Throne, but I'm not sure because as far as I understand it, Argus is not contained within a World Soul. It might have been, or World Core. It might have been at one point, but it's not now. So it's hard to say. Do I think that there will be an observation deck where you're basically able to look at the World Soul? Yeah, I do. And I think that one of my mods, Jay, would advocate for the idea that that would be the Titan facility, Uldaz. All those guys are fucking dead. See ya. So I think that there'll obviously be Titan facility. We also don't exactly know what happened to the Thrager. So I think eventually we're going to go deeper into the core way and hopefully find that the Thrager were locked away in some like facility down below, some kind of vault or something like that. They are referred to as repaired. Why do people kick him so early? People clearly do not understand how this boss works. And there is a place called Thrager's Rest in Dornogal where there's a bunch of crystal that looks similar to the color that Magni was, kind of like on this monument. So maybe they were just reduced to crystal. But yeah, I think that we're gonna end up going deeper in the core way and hopefully getting down to a facility where we can observe the world soul of Azeroth, because that's the whole premise and point of the world core. They wanted to be able to observe it and study it without coming into contact with it or whatever. And we'll probably find some kind of magical implements or portions of the prison or whatever that allowed them to influence the world soul. Maybe to try to order it or whatever. If you look where Agrimar's standing is almost the same as the Frozen Throne where the Lich King fight happens. I mean, there's a lot of circular design motifs in this game. It doesn't mean that they're related. just that is red talking about the circle with dom runes. Well, yeah, that's why I'm not agreeing with you. I don't agree that the runes on that are domination runes. I'm not in line with you on that. I don't agree with that. Domination runes are pretty specific. And usually, as I understand it, domination runes, specifically when we're talking about like the cosmic death power domination or whatever, they're blue, right? So that it's not, I don't think that you just go, like, you just say like red domination runes. Like, I don't think that's really the, and you can compare, I mean, you can compare them right to domination runes. If they're not the same runes, then I just wouldn't say that they're domination runes. I mean, maybe you could make the argument that they are if they're blue and written in a different language, right? Like what the blue dragons do to Karastraza, which is clearly domination, and blue. It's just written in the language of the Draconic. But I believe that this would be written in Titanic or even Demonic, and it's not the right color, so I just don't really believe that it's domination. That's not to say that you can't control people with things other than order. I mean, you have Dominate Mind from Shadow Priest, which seems to be like a shadow spell, or priest, you know? You have Fel Domination, so you can seemingly do it with Fel. You know, you have Oath, or light binding and stuff, you know, like the light bound. So it's like you can do it with light too. So Void, you can we saw Xalatath do it. You can do control magic with the Void. She used that on the Ascended Nerubians. So I don't know, it seems like if you can use the language of control, you can use almost maybe almost any cosmic power for domination. However, or control magics, you probably should call it. However, I do think that things like order are probably better suited for that type of task than other magics. I've been thinking these days, is there any indication of the Titans ordering or trying to order an old god? I mean, not that has been overtly said to us, but I think that if there's anything on the Chronicle cosmological chart that they ordered it or attempted to order it. I mean, they were on the world when the Titans performed the ordering of Azeroth, so I don't think it's that much of a stretch of the imagination to assume that they tried to order at least one of the old gods. And, you know, that could have been something like Elune. Who knows? We don't know. We don't really know what she is, so. But I mean, we've also seen them try to use re-origination beams on Gahun and stuff like that in their facilities, so I don't think it's a stretch of the imagination at all. Again, if the logic is simple, there's a couple things that you have to understand. It is stated, at least believed by, the broker who wrote Grimoire of the Shadowlands, that the Titans use the same word for created as they do ordered. They're the same thing. So it's blatant hubris on their part. They call themselves creators, but what they're really doing is ordering. Okay? That's what that's meaning to say, okay? You have Odin, one of the Titan Keepers, who says he has this philosophy, he believes, that nothing exists until it has been ordered. And then, we're also told, I believe in Grimoire of the Shadowlands, that the depiction of the cosmos in Chronicle, the cosmic chart, is passed down through the Titan-forged races of Azeroth, right? So you have a bunch of stuff related to the philosophy of ordering and creating and what it means for something to exist as a result of being ordered, etc. And then you have Titan-forged races with maps or charts of things that try to show us what exists, right? So I don't think it's a stretch of the imagination to then surmise from this that if it's on the Chronicle cosmic chart, which is from the Titan-forged races, which hold the belief that something doesn't exist until it's been ordered, that if it exists on the chart, it's been ordered. Does that make sense? And no, I don't agree that these are domination runes. I just don't think that that's the case. I think that you might kind of want to see them as domination runes, but I think if you were to compare those one-to-one with domination runes, I don't think that you would find that that's the case. And we are holding on to this Flames of Reorigination debuff all the way from the fucking mini-boss before Coven. That's crazy. Imagine if in TL2 we get a lore walking about Gahoon and how he was made. I mean, we already know how Gahoon was made. Read the fight description. And then read the Vectis fight description. We already know. Vectis, specifically the Omega Vector, one of the most virulent, fucking aggressive diseases that we've ever seen, was literally created by combining the blood of Hakar, which caused the Zandalari blood plague and ravaged the Zandalari thousands of years ago, with the blood of Gahoon. And Gahoon is said to have been created from experimenting on old gods, but make no mistake, Uldir is also blatantly a testing facility for Loa. They were definitely testing on Loa. That's why there's like a horrific fucking chimera Loa bird lion fucking thing in there, because they were testing on the Loa. For some time, I was a huge fan of the tinfoil theory that said the old gods are originally organs of Azeroth that went crazy after being severed from its body and soul. I'm not sure where you heard that, but I have a theory that they're actually fragments of Argus, and I think some pretty interesting correlations to Norse mythology that could be made, and Greek mythology that could be made in order to come to that conclusion. And visual similarities between things like the brain of Yogg-Saron and the missing brain of Argus, the top of his head being fucking cracked open and shit. Argus is also very easily likened to the Norse primordial deity that predates almost all of the gods and giants, who's known as Ymir, who was torn apart by three brothers. Vili and Ve, I think is what they're called. Who then end up building the world out of his body. And I'm pretty sure Deathwing Loot suggests this as well. Ymir is known as the Gravel Screamer, or the Screamer, and every time Argus has ever been shown, he screams. He stands up, he screams. His soul hits the Arbiter, he screams. He's always screaming. It's because he's the Screamer from Norse mythology, which would indicate that he may be a primordial entity that predates the other godlike beings that we think, that we refer to as Titans. Argus could very well be like your Greek Uranus, who was overthrown by Zeus. Odin, Wheelie and Ve. Yeah, thank you very much for the correction. I knew Odin. I should have known Odin was in there. You also can read into the Aesir Vanir War in Norse mythology and come to the conclusion that Eonar is not an Aesir or a Vanir, but instead something entirely different, because she's golden and is probably central to the conflict that exists between the Aesir and Vanir Titans, which I am also certainly believe exists in World of Warcraft. Are Aman'Thul Sargon Nord, perhaps? Very possible. Very possible. There are two great orderings, right? The ordering of light and shadow, and then the ordering of the cosmos. I've taken these to feel like different stages, so maybe they did inherit some of the parts of the chart ordered by those who came before them during shadow and light. I'm trying to place the ordering of light and shadow. I don't remember what that comes from. What is that from? Is that from one of the books? I don't remember what that's from. It sounds familiar, but I can't remember what it's from, because even Zira doesn't call it that. It calls it the Great Ordering of the Cosmos. What's up, Ningum? Welcome. Ningum. Great Ordering of Light and Shadow. What is that from? I do feel like that's... Dude, you can get max level so quick. That's a 23 item level upgrade I just got on my helmet. That's fucking crazy. You get max gear quick as fuck now, dude. I was 100 item levels lower yesterday. That's crazy, huh? I stumbled upon a passage indicating that Prime Naro may have been created by Elune during the Great Ordering of Light and Shadow. Right. Well, I guess, I don't know. I don't know, man. I just don't think, if any, I personally, I guess my preferred interpretation is that the Ordering of Light and Shadow was just a sub-ordering of the Ordering of the Cosmos, because Light and Shadow are factors of the Cosmos, right? And there's also indications from ENR, at least if the Dream Journals are to be taken at face value, that something happened to Elune before the Ordering of Azeroth. That's why ENR planted the tree, happy that Elune's legacy would endure, implying that something had happened to Elune, you know, because otherwise I just don't understand like what the point of the legacy needing to endure would be if something had not happened to her by that point. But Zira calls it the Great Ordering of the Cosmos, that she was created during that. But I would also just say, like, if it's the order, I get what you're trying to say. The Ordering of Light and Shadow could have predated the Ordering of the Cosmos and could have been done by precursor entities like the first ones. I think is kind of where you're going with that, right? But I guess I would just assume that the Ordering of the Cosmos would also include the Ordering of Light and Shadow, and that's something that the Titans would have done. But when it comes to ordering, I feel like for me, when I think of order, a lot of that exists in the form of division. So I guess I like to think that Light and Shadow used to be more intimately connected at one point, and that something happened where they're not anymore. They were ordered apart. They were like separated for whatever reason. And I guess I kind of want to blame that on the Titans. But there's just so much context for these events that we just kind of don't have. So it's hard to say. It's hard to say with any certainty. I can, yeah, just pretty much just speculate. The same as you. How close am I to Dreamweaver's rep? Several thousand off. You ever see this video or similar one? All the Whispers of N'Zoth? I mean, bro, I have most of their whispers memorized in my head, so yeah, I mean, I played the game, like, the Whispers of Il'gynoth are what got me into this game's lore, so I have most of them memorized. I have most of N'Zoth's quotes memorized. I have a fair few of, she has a lot, but I have a fair few of Xal'atath's quotes memorized, so yeah, I'm pretty familiar with that stuff. But if Zira conflated them, yeah, it's hard to say. I'm not saying that you're wrong, of course. Prove it? Watch my stream regularly. You'll see. All right. Could do Nighthold. I'm gonna just run. While I'm just kind of sitting here. Should I have whole cutscenes memorized, bro? I have like entire cutscene scripts memorized. I'm a nerd, man. When you walk among the VODs, you will see.
When you walk on the black forest, you'll see. I can taste the essence of your soul. It is sweet.
Yasharaj has badass quotes. That's technically from Xal'atath, which most players probably don't even know about. What Old God Whisper is best to use in bed?
Your heart will explode.
I don't know. It's got to be up there. There's not a lot of great Old God quotes you'd want to use in bed. What's your favorite to use in bed? Yeah, X-Ray, you beat me to it. Ulwi ifis halash, gag erong, wish. He fucking beat me, dude. I was gonna fucking look it up so I could make sure I got the quote right. That's funny as fuck. I think Zalato has one that goes, "Come, show me your greatness." Or I think that's actually Shaw of Pride that says that. The shadow of my corpse will haunt this land for all eternity or some shit. Shadow of my corpse will curse this land. He says something like that. Did you get the Siege of Orgrimmar decor yet? What? No? Her dreams sing beneath the surface, quiet now, but her song will awaken the others. Some shit like that. It's the War Chief's throne. That's pretty cool. You are already dead. Come, little ones. Savor your fear as we feast upon it. Yeah, the fountain dropped last time I did this run, but I didn't win it. The whole fucking raid rolls on it, so good luck. Give in to your fear. And yet still you lick the boots of kings. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It was your fault. Yeah, dude, there's some fucked up ones from the puzzle box of Yogg-Saron. Just run into retail through LFR? Could do. The raid decor is easier on retail. I mean, yeah, I figured it would be. Your coming was foretold in the rings. The long circle is nearly complete. Yeah, that's a good one. Your coming was foretold in the rings. Eyes are the windows to the soul. Shutter them forever. I know server doesn't really matter anymore, but what does it really matter? Not really. I tried to explain Wild Lord to my wife and she was so lost I started laughing. Well, if I whispered a quote from the game in bed, she might divorce me. Yeah, that would be, well, yeah, I wouldn't recommend that. You scurry through this tomb like vermin, dispatching my underlings and imagining yourselves equals of the Legion. Heroes, champions, fools. The husk before you once served as a vessel for the might of Sargeras, but this temple itself is our prize. The means by which we will reduce your world to cinders. Still, I will not deprive you a chance to fall before an ancient wonder. Let this avatar be the end of you. I fucking love Kill Jaden, bro. He's sick. He has dope fucking quotes. He has dope quotes. What's up with the scar on that avatar anyway? I don't know. It's fucking weird. It's apparently a wound sustained by fighting Aegwyn. None of it makes sense to me, bro. The whole facility beneath there doesn't make no damn sense. It's a prison facility? What the fuck was that? Was that set up to imprison Sargeras the whole fucking time? Like, what the fuck is that? Why is there a Titan temple? Why is there a Titan fucking facility beneath the fucking Temple of Elune? Like, that never was answered, by the way. We don't even know. We have no idea. It looks like a wound from a blade. I totally agree. I totally agree. It does. It looks like he got cut across the chest. Totally agree. Does not make sense to me. Look, I'm already getting max level loot. Check it out. 779 gear. Let's go, baby. Let's fucking go, baby. Like what Broxigar did? Nah. I think Broxigar like might have hit his toe or something like that. They also try to make it sound like Broxigar actually fought Sargeras. I don't know, bro. I don't know. The avatar is very confusing because sometimes you see the avatar with fell magic in the art, but sometimes you see it not like that. Like the avatar that fought Sargeras wasn't fell green. It was black and orange, like, you know, like it actually had his soul in there. Oh gosh, it probably was. Maiev Illidan fractal. They were going to trap Sarg and Azeroth for reconditioning. That could be the case. I mean, they trapped... Odin is frozen to a throne right now, unironically. So that's... I feel like that's kind of not that different from where Sargeras is at. Kind of seated, stuck to a throne with the power of order. Didn't Brox just scar Sargeras? Unlike any mortal done before? The thing is, though, is that I'm not... Look, I'm just not so quick to believe... Guys, you've seen Sargeras. You've seen the Avatar. I feel like it makes a lot more sense that Broxigar fought the Avatar than actual Sargeras. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's not really a fight to be had. I don't know. It just seems kind of silly. Like, yeah, Broxigar fought fucking Sargeras. Like, what? I don't know about that, dude. I think fighting the Avatar... And I mean, would they know any different? Would they know any different at all? I don't think they would. It's like the same way when they said that Sargeras had to come to annihilate the oh god, what are they called? The Eldrachi. I'm literally wielding the Warblades. The Eldrachi, but it's like, did he really come and do it himself, or did he send the Avatar? Because evidently demons would not have stood against Egwin. Egwin would have fucking wrecked them. So I'm assuming that what you send for someone who's more powerful like that is an avatar. You know what I mean? What are we in combat with? Very frustrating. Like, what the fuck are we in combat with? Okay, now we're in combat with Tychondrius. You did a very bad thing, Sargeras. Now stay in the corner and think about what you've done. I mean, more like Broxigar slightly scratched something with the enchanted axe before dying. I mean, the Broken tell a tale about it. Pretty sure in the Argus campaign, you go into Crokul Hovel, and they have Broxigar's axe, and they talk about him coming through. But I don't remember if their description gives any additional hints as to whether or not he fought actual Sargeras. It is also possible that, like, I don't know. It is possible that the lore changed. And that he originally was supposed to have fought Sargeras, but that's not really what happened. Like, it just sounds a bit like maybe a bit of an over-exaggeration. A bit of like a legend. I don't know, dude. It's not that I want to diminish Broxigar's sacrifice or character. It's just really hard to believe. It's just really hard to believe. Broxigar versus Sargeras reminds me heavily of Fingolfin versus Morgoth. I actually haven't got to that part in the Silmarillion, so I'm not familiar with that. Does Fingolfin actually fight Morgoth, or like what is that? The main thing that enabled him was the special axe. He does actually fight him. He wounds just Morgoth's foot. And see, I think that's the impression that I was under, was that he like wounded his foot. But maybe that's a conflation between the Silmarillion and WoW lore, but that does sound very similar. And there is the question of like, why didn't Sargeras manifest fully on Azeroth? Like, maybe he couldn't because the wound fucked his shit up. I just imagine Sargeras as this colossal being that is just like almost impossible to actually strike. I always interpreted that part of the book as him jumping through and swinging on Sarg, but as like a very, he died immediately but got a swing off. Yeah, not like there was some actual battle. But I think that that's not true. I think when I was reading in the War of the Ancients, Broxagar like fights waves of demons, doesn't he? Doesn't Brox like fight a bunch of demons up until the point where Sargeras actually shows up to fight him? I'm pretty sure that's the story. That he was like cleaving through like leagues of demons, and Sargeras was so impressed by his tenacity and valor that he like showed up to fight him. You know? Like, okay, you're pretty badass. Like, let's see it then. Like, come feel the real power. Crassus notices the mark and makes note of it to focus his attacks. Notices the mark. What do you mean? Notices the mark on Sargeras or what? Or on? He did. I just don't think he lived long in Sarg. No, I wouldn't imagine so. Basically, it sounds like Broxagar earned the right to be killed by Sargeras himself, and that's kind of how the Eldrachi are framed as well. It says the Eldrachi were a proud race, too proud to serve. Millions of demons died before the Eldrachi were wiped out, and it took Sargeras himself to kill their king. The mark on Sargeras, when do they must witness that during the War of the Ancients then, right? Full disclosure, I have not finished the War of the Ancients trilogy. So I'm definitely missing details. The Eldrachi are sick, they are. It says they fought as ravenous beasts. Brox had an Upper Moon 3 moment, if you know, you know. I can take a pic of the page, that'd be great. I mean, it's not that I don't believe you, of course. You always source your claims, so I just genuinely don't know. Morgoth was also pretty much impossible to strike. He was so large that his hammer left literal craters in the earth. Yeah. And that's, I mean, I feel like Sargeras is very much the same thing. What do the Eldrachi look like? We don't know. We don't know. Oh my goodness. You can't do that while in combat. Love it, dude. Eldrachi had to be a giant to fight at least his avatar. Yeah, and that's a problematic thing in WoW too, is that like size scaling from the game to like the fantasy universe is almost never accurate. Like, it's gotten better in recent years, but like Ulduar is way bigger than what it appears in the game. Elisand's secret quarters? What the fuck is this? Oh, is this a world quest? Exotic concubine. I don't think I've ever seen this before. What the fuck is this? This is like a secret room. Oh, they have a little Elisand's pet kept in a kit. You monster! I did not mean to do that. I did not mean to do that. Immolation aura, dude. I am so sorry. This must be what it's like to be Sargeras. Just accidentally incinerating people that you come near. Not even intending to, they're just dying. Got the page on Discord? I'll check it out in a little bit, if I remember. Reminds me a bit of the Amon Amarth song that sings Frel's last stand against Surtur. With all my strength, I run the horn deep into his eye.
And as he swings his burning sword, I die with a tired smile. I'd say probably agile. Glaive wearers after all, no? Probably. Makes sense to me. Come then, let us speed you toward your fate. Ellison is badass, dude. She was one of my favorite bosses from all of Legion. She was a hard boss too. Took a lot of coordination to kill this boss. With the expedient and recursive elementals and the waves, and there's shit going across the ground everywhere, and it was a pretty badass fight. First Mr. Bigglesworth, and now this, bro. Cool design too. You get 3 execute phases against her. Yeah, warrior smacked, and then she dropped the trinket that was like this for like all the melee classes. Convergence of Fates, I think. $771, baby. Almost max item level. Let's go. Now that this fucking event's almost over. Cool. Yeah. Got her and her little dog too. Ah. Straight Dorothy, that bitch. When y'all get into the realm of books, I haven't seen much of it yet, so... Bro, there's so many fucking books. I mean, I can't even blame you. I have so many books on the shelf I haven't read. If I worked like a regular job, I would actually probably spend so much of my free time reading books. I would take a book with me to work all the time and just read it when I didn't have anything to do. There's so many of them. Listening to her RP a million times on Remix made me think. She talks of visions of the future and how the Legion wins and all of them. Just think how much power the Dreadlords have by doing things like influencing the visions others see. I don't think it's the Dreadlords influencing the visions that she saw. Am I gonna have to explain this fate thing again? I'm sorry, bro, but like I've explained this a billion fucking times, okay? I'm gonna explain it again. The reason why Ellison sees in the timelines that the Legion wins is because they do, right? Because what peering through fate, what peering through timelines, visions of the light, visions of the void, these things do not account for the power of free will. Okay, so she is it's not because the Dreadlords convinced her or changed the timelines. It's that the timelines do not account for our presence. Fate is not written with free will in mind. Predeterminism and free will are inherently at odds with one another, right? We, as manifestations of free will, are inherently capable of breaking the chains of fate. We can unwork the machinations of divine beings and destiny because we have free will, right? So we live in a cosmos in WoW that thinks the cosmic entities and such think that it's predetermined. But it isn't. We can change that. We can move fate. We can break chains. I captured Will. He isn't free. Well, different guy. Different guy. Close, but different guy. I got a lot of loot right there. Fuck yeah, dude. Different guy. I know what you mean. Different guy. The cosmic entities don't know about the characters having actual free will. None of their calculations account for it. None of them. It's why when Algalon goes, all cosmically calculated outcomes for this encounter have been calculated. The Pantheon will receive the message regardless of the outcome or whatever the fuck. Like, They just, it doesn't factor it in. It's like blind to it. Like our most our most powerful thing that we have, the most powerful aspect of mortality, is the ability to defy fate and carve out our own destiny. That's the whole point. So when you have beings like the Titans whose intention is to basically like dictate destiny or fate or whatever, or any cosmic power that does that, they're going to get their shit kicked in because they think that we're weak and that we're frail and we're fragile because we're mortal. But the truth is, because we're mortal, because we have this free will, we carry with us this power that they can't really comprehend. So that's how they kind of get like, that's why they lose. That's why when Ellison looks through the timeline, she's like looking at fate without our influence, without our presence. So when we get involved, it's different. That's why it's so important, like what N'Zoth did, because it seemed like N'Zoth was intent on manipulating this fact to get what he wanted to happen by also considering our involvement in it. And I think that very intelligent entities, perhaps even the Titans to some degree, are maybe kind of doing a similar thing, where they might know that they can't just dictate it. If they could, their plans wouldn't fall to ruin all the time. So if they realize that, they may seek to manipulate us to do what they want to get the outcome that they want, because they know that our involvement basically is what's going to determine the outcome. That's why our player character is special. People like to go, oh, you are not special. I don't want us to be special. Well, we fucking are. So, we are. We're the fucking hero. Like, we're literally playing the hero character. Like, we're not just some pissant fucking nobody. We're just not. We might have been once upon a time, but we're not anymore. It's like a D&D campaign. Eventually, your character gets to max level and you're fucking powerful as fuck. And you're doing things that, like, the average person in the world can scarcely comprehend. It's just not... Yeah, like, we are special. Pyro said I'm special! I'm just repeating what my mom said to me, okay? Exactly, I don't want to play a game where I'm fucking nobody. Yeah, we're already that in real life. Yo, Skag, chill out, dude. Don't be ableist, huh? I get it, though. Also, entirely off topic, but I've been rather enjoying your Runeterra universe and other such videos of late. I recently just started at Riot on 2XKO. Wow, very cool, dude. It's a great way to get into the lore without reading through piles of docs. Is that otherwise how they kind of expect you to learn it, is to do a ton of reading? One shouldn't play a high fantasy game if they want their character to do more than eat dirt all the time. If they don't want their character to do more than eat dirt all the time. Yeah, that. I knew what you meant. I ain't confirming or denying, but there's a lot of info. I bet there is, dude. Imagine how much there is of fucking Blizzard. This quest line is called... This quest is called Seal Clubbing. Oh my god. Blizzard was a little edgier in Legion. Just slightly edgier. Legion has a lot of memes and achievements. Yeah, Legion is a labor of love. That's to be certain. I recently had a lot of MMO lore for work. Project Ghost, F. And yeah, if it was that dense, I can't imagine a 15+ year catalog. Try closer to 30 when you consider Warcraft as well. Yeah, that's nuts. Replaying Legion made me realize how kind of ass it was. Half the campaign quests are just chores like missions, do world quests, farm ancient mana. There was definitely, it also feels worse when you're doing it all at once though. It didn't really feel like that when it was current because it was spaced out. But when you're going through all that at once, it's a lot. The Legion definitely had some flaws. Early legendary acquisition, artifact power farming, Maw of Souls farming for artifact power, just not good. Not good. But in turn, one thing that Legion is unmatched in, and I'm curious what you guys think. If there's one thing Legion is just unmatched in, one thing, what do you think it is? Flavor? And what do you mean by that? Class fantasy. That's kind of what I was looking for. I totally agree. I totally agree, dude. It's so unmatched in class fantasy. I wish so badly that the order halls were like relevant to this day. You know what I mean? And that wasn't something that we just kind of got for Legion and then forgot about. You don't even have to keep the artifact weapons, because narratively, I don't think it's even that difficult to like integrate, you know, for a new player, right? Understanding that there's an order of the class that you play and helping that to like align your class identity and stuff like that, I think is just so good, man. I think it's just so good. I wish badly that they had not just introduced it in Legion, but not got rid of it after the fact and kind of made it mostly irrelevant. Because man, I think it's just such a cool thing to, you know, you hang out in your class order hall, you see other people of your class, like you get this identity that's associated with it. Like it's, I don't know, you have like this camaraderie, I guess, you know, like it was all memes, but there was times where like in the Warlock class order hall, we would just be talking shit about the mages, you know? And it was all jokes, but it was awesome because it was just like, that's the class fantasy of Warlock, is like, we're kind of the, you know, people that do that are a little bit more, you know, shunned for that. And they're not maybe as kind of bound by the rules of the magocracy and stuff like that. Like you kind of come together, you know, even if it's in like a meme kind of fun way. I just think that that's so fun. Where some of the class order halls a little bit lazier than others, for sure. And, you know, I wish there was greater diversity in the quest lines that actually involved you obtaining your artifact, because they're shared amongst like 3 different classes or whatever, or specs technically. But it was still so awesome, man. It was so awesome. I think the story of Legion is also very good. I feel like Legion is where, technically I really think Warlords of Draenor is, but Legion I felt like took dungeon and raid design to a different level. The cutscenes of Legion were also great. And the raids, like I said, the raids are just so good. Legion has some of the best raids, man. Legion gave us Mythic Plus 2, it's true. But Legion has such good raids. Nighthold, I think, is just I think Nighthold's still the best raid ever made. I think Manaforge Omega is very good too, but Nighthold is just like such a good raid. And I have nostalgia. There's no getting around that. I have nostalgia for it for sure. But what the fuck is happening? These things are like disappearing as I'm like trying to click on them. What class are you again? Right now I'm Demon Hunter. But in retail I play, I'm gonna be honest guys, I know I talked about playing Warlock again. I'm probably gonna play a Paladin again. How am I gonna, dude, how are you gonna have Lady Liadrin on the screen like that? The fucking literal Giga Chad fucking Army of the Light coming through the fucking portal behind. Dude, my first character I ever made in WoW was a Blood Elf Paladin. I have a fucking Blood Elf Paladin with a sick Mog named Anshara. Like, I just don't know how am I not gonna play Pally, dude? Like, I think I just have to play Paladin again. Also, it's much easier to play Pally in Raid Lead. And I also don't have to press as many buttons or use my brain as hard as when I'm playing Mage to do damage. So, yeah, I think I'm gonna probably play Pally in Midnight. Like, I just can't imagine playing anything else fighting against the Void. And then inevitably, I'm gonna like the complexity when the light wielders end up being a big problem for us too. So I'm looking forward to the moral dilemma that arises as a user of the light. You can also off tank in emergency for stuff. Yeah, off tank with bubble and a high amount of damage. Yeah, that's how I off tank. If you think I'm speccing into prot, you're out of your fucking mind. Priest would be funny. Nah, I'm not gonna play Priest. Shadow Priest is, I don't know. I'm not gonna play Priest. We also already have one. Technically, Farsight is a Ret Pally too, so we don't need a Paladin. And I also recruited a person who can technically play Shadow Priest or Mage, so I don't have to play Mage. I don't know. Mage has been fun. Mage is very good, but I feel like I don't play it as well as I could something else. I feel like I have to use so much more brain power playing Mage than Paladin. Just to do like potentially less damage. And Pally just still absolutely rips in Mythic Plus dungeons, man. It's so fucking good. I need pants and boots, and then I'm 779. I'm juiced. And what's my verse? 169. Nice. %. I think Paladin while Lade reading is peak. Lade reading? Wow. You guys ever do some Lade reading? Weren't you like 740 an hour ago? Yeah. Dude, you get gear fast in Remix now. If you quit because you got burnt out of the grind, I think now's a good time to play it because you get geared fucking fast. Yeah, you guys ever like to do some Lade reading? It's my favorite thing. Tough, dude. Tough. I don't often get Lade reading, but when I do. Heroic tier thing is cool too. Yeah, it's nice. Been reading Chronicle to my lady. Nice, you're interesting. I think you're gonna have a literal blast raid leading while pumping his ret. Reading while getting laid? You'd think it'd be too distracting. With Bubble, you can also take responsibility for mechanics that benefit from immune. Yeah, and if there's ever a mechanic that I could elect to do myself, I will do it. Because look, I have faith in the raid team, but I've been raiding a long time. If there's a mechanic that needs doing, I can do it. So I don't mind doing that. There's mechanics that you can just entirely negate with things like Divine Shield too. So yeah, it's just very... What in the world is that mount? This is a Shackled Urzul. So this is actually made with the corrupted, amalgamized souls of dead Draenei. Flesh crafted into this horrific creature. Yeah. It's pretty metal. The catch-up is real, for sure. Also, Holy Pally was the only healer I could do the Mage Tower on. Literally couldn't manage it with Druid, Priest, or Shaman, only Pally. Pally's, dude, Holy Paladin is fucking sick. Holy Paladin is fucking sick, dude. I love healing on Holy Pally. It's the only healer that I genuinely really enjoy. What an annoying bug that is. Holy Pally is so good for Mythics. Yeah, so's Ret. Ret Paladin fucking smacks in Mythic, dude, because a 30-second cooldown. If you're not doing gigantic pulls to favor things like Fire Mages and shit like that, I mean, take a Ret. Just take a Ret. Just take a Ret in your group. Ret fucking smacks. Yeah, 30-second cooldowns is you have cooldowns for almost every trash pack. Like, you have it for every boss. You might not do as good of sustained damage numerically if you look at like calculative damage, but when you need damage, you do damage. Also, Ret is fucking easy to play, man. Ret is fucking easy to play. It's the easiest class I've ever played. Chris Metzen plays a Paladin. You guys know that? Did you see the release date? Q1 Winter X Pack gonna be odd? Yeah, it's like February 26th or 27th for early access. He plays the Volpera Hunter. No, I think that's you. I think he does have a Volpera Hunter as well. I think he talked about that. Red is stupid easy to play. Yeah. Like a hunter. Okay, well, I could do Mythic Emerald Nightmare or Mythic Trial of Valor. One Mythic EN will probably get me to 779. He made a Robin Hood. That's pretty okay. That's pretty cute. That's pretty cute. I ain't gonna lie. Can you even create a matching housing setup somewhere? Oh, true, you could. Dude, housing has been amazing. Housing has been sick. I haven't done anything. I've just been kind of like, housing is not going anywhere. So I'm not in a rush to just like blow 10 hours fucking, you know, fucking around with housing. I'll get around to it. I'm more concerned about doing temporarily available content like Legion Remix stuff right now. So I've decorated the outside of my house, but I haven't done any additions to it since they added the extra 50 slots. So I'm pretty confident I can make it look even better, obviously. But yeah, I haven't got around to that. I think housing is the best feature they've ever added to this game, even more than Mythic Plus, Transmog. I think I could see an argument for that. I think Transmog is pretty amazing. It's kind of hard. I don't know. But yeah, housing is definitely, so far, one of the best things that's ever come to WoW. A lot of the vision I have for housing stuff requires stuff that isn't out yet. Right, you mean like Blood Elf stuff from like Midnight release stuff or Void stuff? Yeah. I love how it gives me reasons to go into old zones too. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely served its purpose in terms of helping to revitalize the old world for sure. You see people in all kinds of random places now. Yeah, you might fucking see my weird ass out there flying around looking at the fucking geological things and zones. Trying to figure out why there's volcanoes in certain places. How the water flows in zones. How certain zones might be connected to other like cosmic realms and shit like that. Where ley lines exist, all sorts of shit. Speaking of which, did you get your BlizzCon ticket? I did, yeah. I have a hotel booked as well. I'm just waiting for the flight to get cheaper. The flight keeps going from like 267 to like 244, up and down, up and down, up and down. So I'm kind of hoping that in a couple more months it'll drop down to like maybe 215, 220, something like that. I can get it on a little bit cheaper, and then I'll buy my plane ticket. But yeah, I already have a BlizzCon ticket. Didn't know you could book hotels this far out. I booked an Airbnb. I booked a hotel through Airbnb, technically is what I did. Yeah, you basically want to start trying to book your hotel now if you can, because not only are they limited in number, but they are expensive, and they get even more expensive the longer that you wait, because they're going to have less and less rooms. And the people that run these hotels and shit, they know that these events are going on, so, you know, they know that they can price it higher. It's fucking bullshit. We thinking we'll get a next Saga reveal at BlizzCon? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I think this BlizzCon's going to be 12.2. And maybe a teaser for the Last Titan. I don't think that they're even going to give us a trailer for the Last Titan. I think it'll be 12.2 based on how the timing should work out. And people might hear that and be like, what? Why wouldn't they do Why wouldn't they do like an expansion at BlizzCon? It wouldn't be the first time. 2016 was Tuma Sargeras, which was 7.2. Yeah, Dan too. It's fucking insane. It's insane. Price gouging is such a fucking joke. I think that BlizzCon 2027 will actually perfectly coincide with the release of The Last Titan. So I think that BlizzCon 2027 is going to be entirely focused on The Last Titan. I don't think that this year coming up is going to be. That's just my opinion though. That's my prediction. I could definitely be wrong. I'm not trying to like discourage anyone if they want to go or whatever. BlizzCon is always fun. I've never gone and then regretted it. So, you know, it's not like that. But yeah, I think it's probably going to be 2027 for that. Fucking hell. Also, it's so funny how even though Helya's allied with the jailer, there's no like blue domination shit going on here at all, is there? It's all green Maldraxxus type undead shit. Don't you think that's interesting? It's almost more like Helya's more allied with the Primus than the jailer. And it's also interesting how the Primus was able to banish Helya from the Maw. I'm curious what happens after Last Titan. At this point, I'm really thinking that the guess that it will be Avaloran could be true. The Arathi homeland, a whole nother continent, big fucking continent, hopefully, with a bunch of new stuff that we've never seen. A place potentially unordered by the Titans and their keepers. It'd be sick. But it could be anything. Dude, yeah, Gilnean style house stuff is fucking sick. I'd love to have more of that. The question is if they'll continue the saga story narration. I'm sure that they will. They'll probably just have a new saga, but I don't imagine that they'll reveal that until BlizzCon 2027 or another prevalent media thing that year. Like, you know, I don't think Gamescom went that well for them, so I wouldn't expect to see another one of those, but... Telebeam expansion? Telebeam's not a big island, though. I don't really think it'd be a whole expansion. Perfect. Emerald Nightmare stuff. Hell yeah. Couldn't ask for something better. That's all I have left to do. They can go from Saga to one-off in Avaloran and then start a new Saga? I don't see why they would do that. Saga style allows them to have an actual direction. You know? I think the one-off... I just don't think that handling Avaloran with a one-off expansion, I don't think that's a good idea, personally. But Avaloran could also be part of fucking... It could be part of The Last Titan, who knows? Maybe another time travel expansion? God, I fucking hope not. We don't need to time travel to go back in time and see what things were like before all of this, you know? There's enough places on Azeroth that potentially haven't been touched by the Ordering that, you know, they're more primal. I think it'll be hard to live up to the World Soul Saga, though. It hits all the big topics. It depends on what it depends entirely on what they do at the end of The Last Titan. You could have a situation where, like, the Titans are, you know, they return, if they do come from their own little planets, which there's a very good chance that they do, that they all return to those places, and we have to go and, like, visit these different worlds and set them free from the ordering or some shit like that, you know? Like, they could do a lot of stuff. I'm calling it Azeroth rework when Last Titan ends. It's possible. You could have like a re-origination type event. Yeah, something like that. I mean, I think that some of the old areas really needs to be updated, man. Like, I really think Stormwind and Orgrimmar need an update pretty badly. The last one was in Cataclysm, wasn't it? And you've had little areas added here and there where you have like the park or the Lion's Rest changed and that kind of stuff. But like, I think some of these main cities like really badly need updates. Cat Azeroth does not make any sense anymore. No, I don't think so either. It just looks dated, man. You don't even have to change the what it is. You just have to update it so it looks better. I mean, look at Silvermoon, dude. I know that's TBC, but like, look at Silvermoon. Like, look at what they're capable of, man. Suramar, Silvermoon, these types of cities. I mean, even Tazavesh. Lord of the Rings Online is a cool way of doing time travel where you get to play through the events of Last Alliance, so it's technically through the eyes of another character as a story. But you still functionally play exactly as your character. That's cool. It's a good way to do it. It's more like a memory. Player housing showed us what Durotar can look like, and the earthen that hinted that in Orgrimmar as well. Dude, the earthen all over the place are crazy. There's some crazy ones. If you go down into old Ironforge, there's some earthen in the chamber that Magni turned into diamond in, and they have some crazy fucking quotes, bro. They say some shit. That'd be a fun stream one time, to go around to all the different earthen and like see what they say. There's some good ones. They always say that they're open to do stuff. The other parts that they actually do the thing. Yeah. Yep, otherwise you just talk and talk and talk and talk. Yeah, I've found like earthen in like the one of the interesting earthen that I found was in the library of Ironforge. That's some pretty interesting quotes. Oh, I'm hitting hard. I hit it for 150 milli. They really, really need to use Gilneas as a hub, though. Seems so wasted. I think that every major, like, racial or faction city should be a hub. Gilneas, we need to restore Lordaeron. There's a lot of stuff. Gnomragon, Ironforge needs an update. Like, yeah, I feel like everything should be. Never mind, it worked. I thought he reset the boss when he did that. I was gonna say, bro, that's some brain dead shit. Isn't the Forsaken Heritage Quest cleansing the plague, or do you mean fully restoring it? I mean, like, using it as a faction city again. Maybe, like, restoring Upper Lordaeron. Maybe not, you know, maybe use Undercity, but, like, the fact that Lordaeron basically just became Undercity is pretty lame. I'd like to see, like, Lordaeron actually used. Yeah, making it alive again. Fixing up some of the stonework, expanding villages around the city itself. Oh, that could be fun. I mean, it's not like the Forsaken have a fucking home anymore, so I think it'd even be tight if they would, like, you know what, dude, like, they've had the opportunity for a long time, and I would not be mad at them if they pursued, even trying to restore the Plague Lands. Trying to restore, like, Sholomance, or Skolamance, however the fuck you say that stupid-ass name. You know, or even Stratholme, you know? That shit's been cooked for fucking how long? 15 years now that shit's been sitting around like that? Longer than that. It's been like fucking 20 years. Almost. Like, can we do something about that? Yeah, Tippius, I changed my mind. Strat is bathed in an endless flame? What? I missed something? What are you talking about? Oh, you mean just like it's constantly on fire? Like that village, that town's been burning down for fucking 20 years? It's kind of silly. And that's what I hope that Blizzard can take more of a focus on in the future, is like revitalizing old areas of the game, moving those stories forward, you know? There's so many parts of this game that are just like trapped in time, that don't move anymore. Nothing happens. Even though you know that there's things happening in those places, it never appears that way. And I think that's pretty frustrating, because it's like, it makes it feel like, sometimes it makes it feel like changes in the world are kind of like inconsequential for like ridiculous amounts of time. Nice, Tippiest. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to beat Kaiveza on the harder difficulty, bro. I don't, like, every time I do it, I try it for like 30 minutes and then I get fucking angry and I stop. It's very fucking annoying. I fucking hate that fight. Northern Eastern Kingdoms really needs love. I think most of the old vanilla zones need love, bro. I mean, just think about what some of these zones would look like if they I mean, you don't even have to think about it. Look at Elwyn Forest and the fucking Ghostlands. You know what I mean? Like, you can already have examples of what can happen when they revitalize. Imagine like an updated Ungoro Crater. Imagine an updated like fucking Stranglethorn Vale. An updated Dun Moreau. An updated fucking Burning Steps. Like, and these zones are, I have to say this as well. I think part of the reason why they haven't done updates on a lot of this stuff is because these zones are small. When you start looking at vanilla zones, they're tiny. Like, sometimes you can fit 4 or 5 vanilla zones inside of one modern retail zone. And so I think that's probably part of why they haven't updated them, is because they have to restructure the scale. They have to like figure out that aspect of it, and that I can't imagine that's particularly easy. Yeah, the way they expanded Quell at the Lost is crazy. I mean, fucking Zulaman went from being a dungeon or raid to a whole full-blown fucking zone. Like, that's crazy. But it proves that they can do it, you know, which is inspiring. It gives me hope. Even though Org is modern, it still feels bad flying some places there. I don't even think Org is modern anymore. When is the last time Orgrimmar got an actual update? Kata, and then like some like a little stuff in Mop, I think technically, and then like like small stuff in BFA with like the fucking the emissary location. Org is fucking old. Same way the Stormwind is. And I hate to say it, when you go to these places, like, ugh, they don't look great, dude. They don't look great. And I personally think that the WoW team has done a pretty good job at keeping the stylization of WoW, that art style that is so like pivotal to the way it looks, the vibe that WoW puts off and has for the entirety of its lifespan, while also increasing like the creativity, the fidelity, how intricate everything is. Like, they haven't sacrificed the art style for greater depth and complexity. And I think that's a great thing. There are some people who evidently want World of Warcraft to just look like vanilla forever. And I'm sorry, but like, I don't think that's really like how you attract new players. Like, when I look at Guild Wars, part of the reason why I don't want to play it is the stylization to me looks rather generic and it looks old. Even if the stylization remained the same, it looks old. And I don't really want to play it for that reason. RuneScape, I'll make an exception for because I played it when I was fucking 10 years old. But I feel like that's part of the same reason people make exceptions for things like Classic WoW, because it objectively doesn't look very good, but it still does hold the stylization that it's always had. That's when RuneScape really started to go downhill, in my opinion, was when they started to give up the stylization, when they came up with some of the HD updates for armor sets and shit. They started changing all that before the evolution of combat. Nostalgia goggles are very tough to remove. I mean, I get it. I get it. It's part of why I love old school RuneScape. But I play with HDOS because I think that RuneScape with better graphics is... I like it better. That's just my preference, though. Just my preference. What is under Cenarius' feet at the plate? Can't zone in while there's an encounter in progress. Well, that can't be right. It's probably because I'm not in a raid group. Cenarius is standing on a stone and metal platform that has Titan runes inscribed on it. That's what Cenarius is standing on in the heart of the dream. What's up, Pro Chewy? Bran running in Ulduar with the in-game graphics still cracks me up. How would you do that with Ungoro, though? It's pretty much in the crater unless they go for some underground shit. I mean, you could... I mean, why is it, like, you can't just visually update Ungoro crater? Like, why is that not a viable answer? Like, why do you treat it as though they have to, like, add so much extra depth to it? What I'm arguing is that you don't necessarily even have to do that. You could do underground layered stuff, absolutely. I mean, it's a fucking testing ground, for God's sake, for the Titans, right? And there's also, like, you know, nearby underground Kiraji stuff, too, Silithid stuff, so I don't think it would be absurd to do that, but you would also expand Ungoro to probably be bigger. I meant size. You can make it... Do you know what they have done with Eversong Woods? And Ghostlands and Zulaman? In that area? I mean, you're asking me how they would solve for a problem that they've already shown you evidence of how they'd solve for. I don't really know, like, why I'm being asked to answer that. You would have to... Let me also say this. You would have to update other stuff around it simultaneously. You wouldn't just update Ungoro Crater. You would update, you know, you'd probably have updates for, like, Silithis, Uldum, Feralis, you know, like the cluster of zones down there. On Kiraj, Tanaris, maybe. Like, you'd probably do this whole section. Because that's what they're doing up here. You know, it's not, you know, they combine these two together, push out Zulaman as its own zone. Apparently, I watched a vid about where Eversong and Silvermoon were instanced to be connected to the Outland map. Shit, yeah, that's how it was originally built. It's part of the reason why you can't fly there, I think. And yeah, Blood Mist Isle and Azure Mist Isle too. It's crazy what they did back then, and now they're having to figure out ways to undo. It's a little weird to be resistant to updating zones, especially if it's a process that happens over several expansions. Lots of new content, sure. I don't think it's necessarily resistance as much as it is, like, maybe kind of overcomplicating it. McTrouts, thanks for the follow. Welcome. I think it's just a bit of overcomplication. I don't think Skag is against updating zones or anything like that. Especially now that Classic exists. Sure. 778. I need fucking boots. That's it. Wait, do I need the dungeon for an achievement? Is that true? I think I fucking lied to him. I gotta get, no, I actually don't. Is there, no, there's not a Mythic Plus port to this one, is there? Cathedral? Fuck it, I'll go either way. Yeah, I can't remember which ones return in Shadowlands because for the ones that they return in Shadowlands, I quit the game. So I don't remember what they were. Someone told me earlier, I think I need like Court, Vault, and Neltharian's Lair. I think Ian said in an interview that he's glad the remake is received well because it opens up more spaces to do that. Dude, I mean, I'm so glad they're doing it. It's something that I had been saying that Blizzard should do for a long time. They have a beautiful world with a lot of depth, characters, flavor already. At some point, it might benefit you to stop trying to constantly add new stuff that contrasts with the old stuff and makes it look bad, and update your old stuff to be in line with more modern WoW design and tell stories that are relevant to those places again. Like, let's get back into what is going on at the Blood Elves. Like, what is going on at the Amani Trolls? What is going on in the Ghostlands? What is the turnout of the Dead Scar? Is that truly just going to be there forever? Is it unhealable as some of the Blood Elves speculated? Or is it healable as other sources suggest it is? Like, these places never stopped living. They never stopped existing. But, you know, Blizzard kind of treated them like they had for a while. And so, yeah, I'm really glad to see that they're doing it because you don't have to constantly reinvent the wheel. You don't have to constantly add new shit all the fucking time. Sometimes just playing with what you have is enough. And you know, people develop nostalgia for those things too, right? So don't forget that like some people are in love with these zones, man. I'm so stoked about Eversong Woods and Ghostlands. I have tons of fond memories of these places. Tons. When I visualize things that I've done in WoW in the past, one of the things that's most easy for me to visualize is my first adventures into Eversong Woods. No one's queuing. We seem to be cooked. I can wait a little bit. I have a lot of fond memories of Goldshire Inn. I bet you do, you sick fuck. Do professions have lore? Not, I mean, I think that there is some lore that's kind of inherent in professions through consideration of like materials in certain regions, what it is that you're making. Like, I think there's maybe some cultural influence there that you can maybe think about. Again, regional materials availability, stuff like that. Archaeology, I would definitely say does. It's inherently lore connected. But generally speaking, it's not. Professions don't have as much lore to them as you probably would want them to do. We are Rannerlow. Yeah, we're trying to do a Mythic plus 44. This is a free carry for anyone who needs the Infernal title. Anyone that needs the Infernal title, just you can queue for this fucking group. Plus 44. Looks like we're gonna get full here pretty quick. Fishing to some extent, sure. Sure. Oh, what I meant is Unguro would be harder than Quell of the Lost since it's near water, so easy to expand. You'd have to update Unguro in near zones and make it make sense story-wise. I don't think you really need to make it make sense story-wise. You can update zones without having to like, I don't really agree with that sentiment of it, but like, yeah, I do agree that you'd have to update surrounding zones. You can just make new story. Yeah, like, it's updated because it exists, and this is how it is. Like, I just don't think, like, it's not some arduous story, like, arduous, like, endeavor story-wise. My first zone, I fell in love with was Dun Moreau. Second character I ever made was a dwarf warrior. First time I actually read quests and started paying attention. Would make me cry like a baby if they ever updated it. Happy they're doing it for Belf Zone. Gives me hope. Same. Doesn't need to be handwritten by Metzen. Sure, sure. We're all matching. Speak for yourself. Man, having low verse is a bitch. Oh! I do no fucking damage, bro. It's so fucking lame. Dead. I should have just stayed tank. It's just you get carried on everything since we have low verse. It just makes it unfun, I guess. And getting into that verse takes hours upon hours of grind every day. Nah, I'm good. Yeah, there's just... I'm just of the opinion that it, like, being almost uncapped is not fun. Put a fucking cap on it, man. Like, just like item level. Make it possible to, like, finish. That isn't some ridiculous, stupid fucking number. Talus isn't even a max. He's a 720. Like, look at this shit. It's so fucking dumb. I'm 779 and have 100 and fucking... I mean, it is a plus 44. You know what I mean? But, like, but still, like... You don't need a healer? No. If you die in here, you're probably getting one shot. So, no. You need a healer. No, we're good. What I mean, we're already in a key right now, so... How long did it take you to get to 900 plus? That's a great question. Being a 999 tune is fun though. Yeah, if you have the fucking time to grind that out, sure, I bet it is fun. But you know what also would be fun? Being a capped 250 tune and just not have the game be fucking as overtly tailored towards like just this. I just think that Legion Remix is all about excess and I don't like it. There's no reason to, like, oh, it's fun to do a plus 44. Is it, though? It's the same as a fucking plus 10. Nothing about it feels any different. It just scales differently. I just feel like people have been convinced that something about it is somehow different when it isn't. It's exactly the same. It's exactly the fucking same. Like, you just scale. So I just think that the window for scaling is unnecessarily large. Just like cap it at a level that's more reasonable for the average person to get to, instead of some absurd fucking 999 cap for the sake of doing plus 100 keys when it doesn't change how the game feels at all. You understand what I'm saying? It's just artificially inflated numbers to make it seem like it's more interesting when it isn't. It's the exact same, you know? It's a long grind, and I only have 1 capped. Although I saw someone in general yesterday say they have 10 capped tunes. What the fuck? That's disgusting. That's disgusting. What? 10 capped? Maybe they meant item level? Maybe they meant level? Maybe they meant like they leveled up 10? I don't know, dude. That's crazy. I hate grind for sake of grind in video games. Yeah, not to just sit here and complain about Legion Remix, but like, I personally don't really think that much of the stuff that exists as like features and stuff that are supposed to make it remixy are particularly fun. All I really care about at the end of the day is obtaining the mogs like the Ashara set, the Fel Charlemagne, you know, the armor sets. Like, I don't give a fuck about the play style. Is not more fun to me than regular WoW. They said verse capped? That's disgusting. Yeah, none of the systems that they add for the sake of remix actually make me feel like the game is more fun to play. And it's one of those game modes where, like, since the cap is so egregious, once you're behind, you're behind. Heroic mode was fun for leveling, I'll give them that, but it's only because it felt more difficult. Not because the gameplay fundamentally changed, you just didn't wipe the floor with everything. It's like, want to go do some Mythic Plus and die to Explosion and Legion Remix? No, I don't. I just want the fucking rewards. I just feel like Legion Remix should be more of a casual game mode, and they found a way to turn it into an infinite grind. And I guess to me, it's kind of fucking ironic because it makes it feel a lot more like actual Legion in this way. I don't want to grind Azerite power again, yet here I am. Grinding Azerite power again for whatever fucking reason. I'm doing the same exact shit, just with a different fucking coat of paint on it and being told like it's different. It isn't. What are you doing this for exactly? I'm doing this for a fucking world quest. He needed a body for the plus 44, so that's why I'm here. I'm here for a world quest. And I'm clearly the lowest verse person in this fucking group. What do you mean? Isn't beating the same boss with 10k more HP not fun? Nope. Brother, dude. Next time, call the Finite Dragons for the Finite grind. I'm still a bit disappointed we didn't get Draenei and Orc Demon Hunters. Really felt they would have been great additions. Probably. Yo, we're supposed to kill something in here named Waglure. Oh, we're fucking dead. See ya. Every time I res, I just die. 30 seconds later. Can't do World Quest and Mythic Plus if I remember correctly. I think you're right. I think you're totally right. Max eye level 779, but it makes no difference. I also admit my artifact knowledge is not as high as it should be. My artifact knowledge is only like 26. So I would be getting a lot more artifact power and I'd have a lot more verse and stuff like that if I had higher knowledge. I didn't understand the eye level increase, nor did I. I don't get it. They ran away like some little bitches. More base HP, I suppose. Not by much, though. I think Verse still scales your HP more than Gear. I don't know. Oh my. Bro. Is that it, Pyro? Is that all the fury you can muster? I mean, your DH looks sick. Yeah, it looks sick when I'm fucking dead on the floor too, huh? It's also got a bunch of gear on that's not supposed to, because, you know. I'm done eating. The only one capable of surviving. Oh! That was a fatty hit. Frenzied regen that shit. Are you not entertained, Pyro? No. Illidan and Maiev teamed up right there, by the way. Crazy, this dungeon. Yes, indubitably. Indubitably. Alice! We're gonna lose! No! Was that the rogue that was holding the shield? Rogue doesn't know what the fuck is going on. The Dreadlord's colors are always so interesting. Yeah, I think it's probably a reflection of the cosmic powers that they're most influenced by. Like Mephistroth maybe being more influenced by like death or even order because he's blue, you know, like domination or whatever. I don't know. The blue ones seem to be calmer. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that if it's a reflection of magical influence, it probably also reflects upon their demeanor. What the fuck is going on here? Oh, these shadows are supposed to be dying. Well, that's gonna be a GG.
What the fuck is going on? What is going on? Yeah, the rogue tried it, but they fucking failed miserably. Let me switch to tank, Talus. Let me switch to tank. We gotta res the other guy. Can't do that right now. Okay, I'll just fucking kill myself. No fucking healing. Bum, 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 ba-dum. This fucking game sucks, motherfucker. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, ba-dum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Come on. There is nowhere left to run, demon. Boom, 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 boom. Could be an upgrade. No fucking idea. Open the loot. You can't use that here. Wow. Wow. Back to Dalaran. How sentiment would another Firelands raid be with Ferox the Firelord, as you said multiple times? I mean, that could be kind of sick. A redone Firelands. He reshapes that shit based on his likings, full of primal fire dragons and shit. Oh. Maybe. Kind of sick. Will he have legs? I think Firelord Ferox would have legs. Hey! Hey! 779. Max level. Which doesn't really mean hardly anything, but hey. Max eye level. Oh, that's why I was dying. And why I didn't do any damage.
I was missing about 100 stacks of, yeah. That's, I knew that. I knew that. I was just trying to, I was trying to keep the difficulty, relevant. Keep it entertaining for the stream, I was fully aware of that was the case. The light is holding you back. Okay. Well, fuck, dude. Oh, fuck. So what you're saying is that that was a test. It was all a test. A test of your reflexes. I feel like a fucking idiot. You blocked those orbs like a pro? Thanks, dog. Do you know what you're gonna do? Main for midnight? Probably Paladin. I like Paladin. Paladin's easy to play and super simple, and I can raid lead and turn invincible in the middle of mechanics and be like, lol, what mechanic? So yeah, probably that. And it's thematic, and I like my Paladin a lot, and its name's Anshara, and it's a Blood Elf, and my first character was a Blood Elf Paladin, and so, probably gonna do that, And shiny, and, cool armor and stuff, and, I did all that heritage armor stuff, and now I got that, and so might as well, please end me, dude. Please. Someone just get this over with, dude. 30 years is enough. Let's just call it. Let's just call it good. You know what I mean? Literally returning your home city. Imagine. I almost just got sent to Argus. Holy shit. Yeah, it is. It honestly is. It's the nostalgia is gonna. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Day one at midnight, the first time I get to go into Silver Moon City, I'm probably gonna cry. I'm probably gonna cry. I'm probably gonna walk in there. The music's just gonna be fucking blazing, dude. It's gonna be. I'm probably gonna cry. Yeah, it's gonna be blasting. It's gonna be It's gonna be special. Blaze it up, dude. I meant to say blasting. Whatever, dude. You know what the fuck I meant. I spent so much time there when BC came out. I mean, yeah. It's my literal first experience with WoW ever. Yeah. I look forward to it very much. He's gonna hit on the murder row. Shit's crazy. He didn't get the blazing title for nothing. It's true. That's actually what I have on my pally, but I'm gonna change it to the one I just got from Flames Radiance. It's like what's it called? Whoa! I'm Merc. I'm Merkin in Mythic Zero. What's the title called? It's something Templar, Sacred Templar. That's probably what I'm gonna use on my pally. I have that, the Uncorrupted, the Blazing, the Lightbringer, all really, really good pally titles. It's a fucking heavy. This is a sick ass remix. Just saying, dude. Well, that was nice that was at the beginning of the instance. That was easy. I need an easy button for that. That was easy. The Infernal title from Remix is fucking sick. It is, dude, but I'm gonna be honest, I'm a little conflicted because I also have a pretty ballin' ass fucking Feat of Strength title that is of the Black Harvest for doing Warlock Green Fire when it was current. And I'm gonna be honest, that's kind of sick. Like, The Infernal's real good, but Of the Black Harvest is pretty tight. You can't ever take off legacy titles. I know, that's kind of how I feel about it. It's kind of how I feel about it, man. It's really good. It's such a good title. For knowers, you know, if you know what the Black Harvest is. But it's also just kind of a rare title. Let's do Mythic Tomb. Hand of Adal, not like this. Hand of Adal is a really good one. Can you get that anymore? It's under Feats of Strength, right? I believe so. You mean of the Black Harvest one? Yeah, I believe so. I got Predator. That's a good one. Yeah, that's from Tenan Jungle Rares and stuff. I have that one too. That's a good one. It's a very good one for Hunter. That's a really, you know, actually, I don't know what my Hunter uses, but I probably should be using Predator. It's a good one. Only if you still have the OG questline? Damn. Yeah, Hand of Adal is a good one. I got Conqueror of Naxxramas. Oh, that's sick. What's the other one from Naxxramas? Is it Undying or what's the other one? Yo, Pyro, I thought you quit WoW forever after the scandals. Nope. Nope. I said that right now WoW is not worth playing, and that maybe when Blizzard wants to fix their culture and make a game that's worth playing again, maybe I'll play again. But until then, I'm uninstalling the game, and I literally have a clip of me saying that. But yeah, I mean, I started playing again in the last patch of Dragonflight, 10.2, and I've been playing again ever since. Cope and Seethe, bro. Wow, you got me, bro. You come here just for that? That's the best you can do? You came here just for that? You didn't have to take it? I don't know what that means. What does that even mean? Didn't have to take what? He stopped responding, so I guess that's it. That's all he had to say. Whoa, shit. I got nuked. Easy mode, huh? Some ballers in these groups, man. They do big dammy. I'm gonna let YouTube be that way. Didn't even realize I was over there until that guy popped in. He came in, got it wrong, said some weak-ass bait comment, and then stopped responding. Like, sick, dude. Like, nice, man. You really got me. Bro doesn't know I've been back to playing WoW for like almost fucking 3 years now. Comes in to try to bait me and says some dumbass shit, makes himself look like an idiot. Nice. What the fuck is this? We're not supposed to be going down there yet, are we? The skip? Sick move, dude. Yo, yeah, he's gonna be gathering his power in the shadows. Well, what's the quote, dude? I can't ever remember it. It's probably the same guy. I don't have it. I have it in a notepad. I think it's saved in like my docs somewhere. Shit's funny. Where are you? Where are you? And I'm so sorry. Dude's punching the air right now. He's probably punching his wife. Sorry, dude. People that come into YouTube chats and channels like that, and that's the energy they put off, bro. There's some crazy ass people. Sorry, you shouldn't joke about domestic abuse. That's not funny. Except in this context, it's pretty funny. Mom, guess what I said to the streamer? Mom, where's the meatloaf? Sorry. It's not a joke. It's just a character judgment. That's all. Yeah, I'm actually not joking. Whatever. Just because you said that, my wife is going to get it. Yeah, let's be honest, bro. You don't have a partner. Come on now. You spend your time randomly going to YouTube channels to talk shit to people. You're single, bro. It's okay. You don't have to say it out loud. We all know. He finally started responding, though, by the way, which means he sat there and listened to all of that. Ouch, you got me, bro. Cope and seethe, bro. Cope and seethe. You didn't have to take it. Whatever the fuck that meant. You're just free content at this point. It's always a fucking YouTube chatter, isn't it? It's always a fucking YouTube chatter. This is a fun fight when it was current. I liked it. The mechanic from the floor changing is pretty good. Pretty sick. It was fun. It was pretty easy. I think we killed this in like 30 pulls or something like that. The toothpick gives him +5 toughness. Uh-oh. The shrimp's getting it. It does, it gives me higher Dura. Much higher Dura stat. It's true. Kill the fucking boss already. What does seethe mean? It means like rage. So he's telling me to cope, which I don't really understand the context of why he said that. Doesn't really make sense given the discussion. It's just a generic, like, Reddit bro troll statement that people say on the internet when they're not intelligent enough to come up with something more original or creative. So they say stuff like that. It doesn't really mean anything. He's just trying to basically make it seem like I'm emotionally distraught. That's all. Hey, nice. Thank you. Cope and seethe, OMG. He got me, dude. He fucking got me, dude. It's modern for you mad, bro. I mean, hey, you're the one that came to my channel to get mad at me in my chat. I don't know. I don't know. Seems like you might be the person who's mad. I didn't say shit to you. And because of the way these guys think, if you talk about it, they think you're mad and that they won. Yeah. I know. Low emotional intelligence type of people. Oh, what the fuck? We're already in the chamber. Yo, the fucking avatar's dead. Yo, what the fuck? I like how they split this up. Which means Maiden's dead too. Wait, you mad bro's boomer already? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Haha, got him to notice me. Yeah. Yep. Typical internet loser shit. I think the thing that always comes to my mind is wondering, like, how they got here? How did they come to the stream? Like, are they subscribed to me on YouTube and it showed up in their feed and then they came here to talk shit? And if it is, why are you subscribed to me? That's the stuff that gets me. It's like, how did you arrive here? I want you and other lunatic boomers to keep playing WoW because you'll stay in the Matrix while I'm gathering my power in the shadows. Love it, dude. Am not subscribed? How did you come here? Did you type in my channel specifically? How did you get here? Did you come from the Discord link or something? I love being down here for this mechanic, by the way. This is kind of funny. Typed it specifically. Bro, you're actually just gonna... Is that serious? What? I can't believe you just admit that. That's so fucking crazy. Holy shit, dude. That's crazy. Maybe he isn't so bad after all. You should subscribe. Do you still like WoW at all? Do you still play WoW? Or do you watch any WoW content at all anymore? Friends and I were talking about your epic WoW rant and checked if you're back to it. Oh, so it was epic? But now that I'm playing WoW again, you came to talk shit about me? Is that what's going on? Is that what it was? You're like, God, Pyro's so fucking base, bro. His WoW rant was so fucking epic and sick, dude. Let me go see if this guy's still around. Oh shit, he is? This guy's a fucking loser. Cope and seethe, idiot. Like, bro, is your fucking brain broken? That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Oh shit, it's dark. Oh my God. Hold on. He's over there. That's... You guys realize how brain broken that shit is? Holy crap. That's some actual psycho behavior. You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it. A man's been hunting you like a rare spawn. It's a little sad. I wonder what the context of the discussion was. Like, he's got like a group of friends that just have like hate boners for WoW now because they're like sweaty old dads or something like that. And they don't have time to like play WoW anymore. So they just like sat in like Discord together, just like talking giga shit about WoW. Like, God, you remember that base Pyromancer rant, dude? Remember that shit? Like reminiscing on it. I'm sorry, bro. I can't take it seriously. I can't fucking take it seriously. If you're gonna come troll in a chat, you also have to lie. You have to lie. You can't tell the truth, because then, if that's true, then yeesh. You have to make some shit up. Rip WoW dads. Yo, but you're not a sweaty loser who just sits around talking shit about WoW. You know what I mean? Remember in the good old days, when there was more genocide and sexual assault in WoW? God, those were the base days, weren't they? I miss those days. They don't write it like they used to. Crazy. At least these guys made a good game? What do you mean? Who are these guys? And what is the good game you're talking about? What does that mean? I need context, friend. Otherwise, what you say means nothing. The old devs? Ah, yes, the old devs like Chris Metzen. Ah, yes, they may sexually assault their co-workers and steal and drink breast milk and make little clubs like the Cosby Suite, but at least they made a good game. Yeah, he might have spent time on Epstein's Island diddling children, but, you know, at least he put tariffs on China. Crazy, bro. That's crazy work, bro. Grand Marshal of Afrasiabi, bro. Yeah, I bet he's your idol, huh? Unironically, I did think Afrasiabi was... I did enjoy his writing. Of course, up until the Sylvanas, Teldrassil thing. But actually, it's a shame because I used to watch a lot of the interviews of the Afrasiabi, and I thought he had some really cool ideas, and some of the things he said got me really excited for WoW lore. But then it turned out he was a complete piece of fucking shit human being, so, you know. When was the last time you played WoW? Out of curiosity, when was the last, like, was it Legion? genuinely curious. Like, I'm not trying to like clown on you right now. I'm genuinely curious. Devs ran out of milk, so now they're milking the players. Shut the fuck up, Peter. Shut the fuck up. Holy shit. The breast milk bandit. Also, you know, I know that my opinion doesn't mean anything to you. That's why you enjoyed my based WoW rant, right? But I've been playing this game since Miss Pandaria, and although I do love Legion, holds a special place in my heart. Legion was pretty deeply flawed. And I personally think that The War Within is among the best World of Warcraft, especially when it comes to how fun it is to actually play and engage with things like the raids and dungeons and stuff like that, than it has been in a very, very long time. And I'm not just saying that. I'm really not just saying that. I really think that. I think right now WoW's a lot of fun to play. And you have like these extra game modes and stuff that are pretty fun that you can do. So, I don't know. I think some people like quit the game a while ago. Quit Legion after a month or so. BFA was last time I played a bit more, but hated it too. You played since beta, so you played a lot of the old stuff. Yeah, BFA was another rough one, dude. It was literally one expansion of borrowed power, grinding artifact power shit right to another one where they just tried to disguise it as another fucking system. See, I think the difference between me and you is that I can identify those parts that I don't like very specifically, and I can tell you why those parts of the X-Pack were bad, but I can also praise the parts that were good. But it seems like people that are in your position sometimes, and I don't know if it just makes it easier because, I don't know, if it like makes you feel better because you're not playing the game as much anymore, or if you like kind of miss it a little bit or something like that. I don't know what it is, so I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I think that sometimes people in your position have a hard time acknowledging the stuff that is good. Which is a shame, because if you look back on WoW historically, I feel like almost every expansion has had some dog shit ass stuff that was not very good. But people they kind of like look at some of the older expansions through rose-tinted glasses that aren't very fair about the things that those expansions didn't do very well. Maybe they've forgotten over time, or they just kind of, they're able to brush it off because the other parts were good enough to them. I think that's one thing that WoW players in general kind of have done for a long time. We're kind of like willing to overlook certain things that aren't very good because we do enjoy certain parts. So it does suck. Jokes aside, man, I know that, you know, I've kind of been clowning on you a little bit, but jokes aside, it does suck that you're not able to enjoy WoW the way that you used to anymore. And as someone, again, that's played since MOP, which I mean is 13, 14 years ago now, I do think it's pretty good. So, yeah, it's definitely not for everybody. I hate when people say that, but it's definitely not for everybody. And it sucks that there isn't like, I wish that, and besides Classic, you know, as a separate game mode, I wish there was a way to kind of serve the old guard better and the newer players and like attract new people at the same time. I feel like one of WoW's design challenges that it constantly faces is trying to strike a balance between those things. It's tough. It's all good, bro. I came to poke a bit of fun, but I appreciate having a conversation instead of just banning, which I expected. It was funny. I mean, it was a little funny, but I have to realize that, like, you know, with my history, it's understandable that you expect that I would have just banned you. You know what I mean? I don't blame you for having that perception at all. But I will say, things for me have definitely changed since that WoW rant. I know, obviously, you were talking about it with your homies or whatever, but I don't really blow up like that anymore. It's something that I was doing a lot for like a couple years, just kind of like not keeping a lid on my frustration. But there's things that I said in that WoW rant that I kind of wish I didn't say, to be honest with you. So as much as there's some things where I was kind of speaking from the heart in a place of frustration, and there might have been some stuff in there that's pretty true, there's also some stuff that's not very tasteful, and I probably shouldn't have said. So I just try to keep that stuff in mind when I reflect upon kind of old pyro, if that's what you want to call it. Because yeah, not necessarily a great look for everyone that gets mentioned in that video, so, or in that clip. So, but yeah. Yeah. All right. What have we here? Speed. Gotta get the speed going. Oh, I am wearing speed. My bad. Not gonna lie, came really close to a ban for a while there. Whatever. How are you gonna be anonymous on the internet and still be a pussy? If you're gonna say something, stand on it. Shut up, Janny Mod. Streamer, have a good day. Janny Mod, bro. Is that supposed to be like janitor or something? What does that mean? What does that mean? Holy shit, dude. Decimus, you can ban him. No. Mod that guy? I should. Why can't just everyone get this? Why do we have to roll on it in Legion Remix? You mean the furniture? You're talking about the furniture, aren't you? I don't even have to look at your post. You're talking about the furniture, aren't you? I don't even know what that means, and I'm still offended. I wish I handled every troll like that. There are definitely times where I just get triggered and ban them. That was pretty fun, though. There's some truth to it, though. You know what I mean, chat? I think I'm not just saying that stuff to try to be like the bigger person or whatever. I think that there's some truth to some of that stuff that I said there. Like, I do wish that modern WoW could cater to the old guard a bit more in a way that isn't cringe. Like, I do wish that people that have seemingly kind of fallen out of love with WoW over the years could, you know, find a place in their heart for it again and enjoy it. Because I think that that's one thing that, regardless of all the other stuff that might divide us, I think that one thing that pretty much all of us here share in common to some degree is that, like, at some point or another, we've loved WoW. It's probably had a pretty big impact on our life, whether we want to like admit that out loud or not. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. This is like a crazy fantasy world that brings people that otherwise would never interact with each other together in ways that, like, I never would have like expected. So I think it's pretty cool. And I do think it's sad that, I don't know. I do think it's sad that some people feel pushed away from it and stuff. I do think that we could use a little bit more war in World of Warcraft. I do think that there has been a heavy leaning towards female protagonists recently, but I don't really care as much because WoW was male protagonist dominated largely for a long time. You definitely have Tyrande and Jaina and characters like Sylvanas who are more, you know, maybe even anti-heroes or whatever, but so it is nice for the ladies to get their time to shine, for sure. There's a lot of female devs working on WoW at higher levels perhaps than before as well, so you're going to see some influence from the ladies over there, you know, maybe trying to have more of a heroine status and show that, you know, the female characters can be strong too, gives an opportunity to show that the male characters can have moments of weakness too. Sometimes being weak is being strong. You know, so there's room for that, but sometimes it gets a little imbalanced, I think. And I think that that's what a lot of people perceive is the moments of imbalance where it kind of just is weird, doesn't make any sense, like Trollbane and the whole Arathi quest line. Like, what the fuck is that? That kind of stuff just doesn't really make sense for the characters as they've been written so far. So even I'm not a fan of that stuff. But I can get why some people think it's a little bit softer. I think WoW, recent WoW as well, has done, I think, a good job, but it's not as obvious, shifting dark themes under a pretty paint job, right? So there's really dark, fucked up things happening, but it's not as overt and obvious. It's not like gruesome darkness, like bodies hanging from chains and people being cut down in war, which is horrible, but it's more, there's a lot more like psychological fucked up shit in WoW recently, I think. Like ordering dragon eggs before they ever wake up and like mind controlling shit and like imprisoning souls and like siphoning energy off of them. Like that shit is fucking crazy. That is crazy. But it doesn't look like that as easily to some people. So it's kind of tough. It's got to be tough to balance. It's got to be tough to balance. How do you get the representation of characters you're looking for, especially when WoW has such a huge, diverse cast of characters? How the fuck do you accomplish that? I mean, it can't be easy. So yeah, it's not perfect, you know, but I think it's pretty darn good. If I didn't, I wouldn't play it. You guys know that if I fucking don't like playing something, I ain't gonna play that shit. I'm not gonna be fake to you or myself to convince myself that I should play it. I'm not gonna fucking play it. So I think it's a tonal difference, not an absence of edge. I agree. I agree. The Warthen is the most fun I've had since Legion by a million miles. Legion will always be my GOAT, but it paved such a cruel road for WoW to walk for many years. Very happy with how WoW plays now. Same. Having to iron out the systems like Mythic Plus and stuff was not easy. That was not a smooth road. BFA's expansion features were failures, but it had some banger dungeons and raids and banger fucking cutscenes, dude. Banger music, banger zones, man. Absolutely. Thematically, it felt like Warcraft a lot. Arguably the best OST in WoW. Sorry, Mop. BFA, yeah. I mean, it had some real good tracks just between the 6 leveling zones. Yep. It's unfortunate because this is what I was talking about. Every expansion has bad parts, but unfortunately, those are often the parts that people tend to remember. You know? And that's what sucks. And I think, you know, real life can be like that too. It's easier to remember the traumatic, bad fucking shit that's happened to you than it is to remember, like, the good stuff sometimes. That's why there's always people trying to say, like, reflect on the good days, you know? Remember the good times too, because it's easy to just remember the stuff that we thought sucked, you know? But sometimes we get stuck in these cycles of kind of, like, listening to what other people, you know, say about things and kind of taking that as like some kind of objective truth instead of developing our own opinions, and we kind of continue to hate things that we don't even interact with anymore. And that's a damn shame, because you might genuinely love it if you just gave it a chance and didn't go into it assuming that it was going to be bad, you know? If I go to a movie and I've given this preconceived notion and I'm under this impression that it's gonna suck, I feel like you're more likely to try to confirm that bias, that view, and you're gonna try to look for things for why it sucks. To go into something unclouded, to give it a chance without that extra bullshit on top of it, I feel like that's the best way to consume media. Especially if we're talking about like hobby media where we're playing like video games, you know? Where it's very demanding of your time too. So that's how I feel about it. I started WoW last week. Was that what Alexstrasza did, ordering the eggs? Yes. Alexstrasza was effectively complicit in an agreement and swore an oath alongside the other aspects to allow the eggs of the dragons to be ordered. They even stole primal dragon eggs from the primalists and ordered them. And it was definitely done. I mean, Alexstrasza literally tells Viranoth, I'm not going to do this, and then she does it anyway. There's a reason why Viranoth does not like Alexstrasza for a while, and why they have to kind of be reunited in Dragonflight, because Viranoth was a primal dragon that was good friends with Alexstrasza back when she was a proto-drake. And because of this kind of forced ordering, they went away from the natural, the primal gifts that had been bestowed upon them by the elements of the world, as the primals had used. They went more towards the Titans, the Keepers, and ordering. And so Alexstrasza effectively betrayed Viranoth after explicitly telling her that she was not going to do it. And then she did it anyways. So, yeah, there's been some fucked up shit that's happened to Alexstrasza too, don't get me wrong, but that's a pretty big fuck up on her part. That was a pretty bad thing that she did. But what's fucked up is I think Alexstrasza had also kind of by that time already been affected by the ordering and influence of the Titans and Titan Keepers, right? I think her mind had already kind of, her bias, her perspective had kind of shifted to that position, and she wasn't really as empathetic to the primal position as she should have been, especially as the Queen of the Dragons, which she was appointed to after they became aspects. So it's important to see the beauty in things, even if the game isn't perfect, which it never has been. It never has been. I don't care if you want to talk about Wrath of the Lich King, if you want to talk about Legion, if you want to talk about the War Within. I don't think any of these versions of WoW are perfect. WoW is an ever-evolving game. It's much like a person. It strives towards improvement and perfection, but has it ever truly been perfect? I really don't think so. I really don't. I think each, even vanilla, in every expansion since, has had standout issues that you can reflect upon and say, that wasn't very good. I still loved it, but this aspect wasn't very good. And I think you can say that about every single expansion. I like this quote from Seven a lot. It's easier to steal what you want than it is to earn it. It's easier to beat a child than it is to raise it. Hell, love costs. It takes effort and work. True. I like that. Every single franchise ends up with parts the fans absolutely hate. Yep. I'm having a lot more fun in WoW now that in past expansions. Sadly, the friend department's gone, so I'm running solo. Same, Exa. A lot of my friends, they play Classic, which, you know, that's great. I'm glad that they enjoy it. It's just not for me. The pacing of Classic and the combat is just, ugh, it's so brutal. But I'm glad that you're enjoying it. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Dragonflight took me out of the science fantasy of XIV and got me back into the classical high fantasy, and I think I have to give DF a fuck ton of credit for being able to do that, because I was pretty XIV red-pilled. Sure, and I mean, my favorite part of DF is basically like the base game and story with like the Primal Incarnates. Vault of the Wardens was pretty sick. Zerlet Cavern is mid, but the raid is awesome. Amir Drasil, I thought was fucking awesome. I thought that the Emerald Dream patch was fucking awesome. I really enjoyed that. The only times in Dragonflight that I was like, that was whack, is when I was questing through Oneron Plains and I got bored. I was like, it's just not resonating with me. It's just kind of boring, which is a shame because the two zones that come after Oneron Plains are way better, just saying. And then second, it would be the quote from Calic Ghost at the end of 10-2. When he's like, we did it as a family. Like, dude, you gotta be able to write that in a less corny ass way. I'm sorry, but like, you gotta be able to write that better. Like, the message can remain the same, but like, what the fuck is the word choice there is like, come on, dude. You can't be like, you can't have him say some shit about how like, you know, perhaps it was our sacrifice in a mortal life that we, after stopping Deathwing, this is like terribly, you know, coming out of my mouth, but, you know, putting ourselves on the line that Azeroth, you know, appreciated. She blessed us with this gift for this sacrifice that we made. And if we didn't have each other, then who knows if we would have had the courage to do it. Something just like not so corny and like, it's cause we did it as a family. Like, bro, shut the fuck up. Please. Like, so besides that, I thought DF was really good. I did. I thought it was good. I thought Farak was a compelling villain. Iridikron's one of the best things to be in WoW in the last fucking 10 years. Iridikron's badass. The Dark Heart. We got to see Galakron. The Rise of the Infinites was fucking fire. Like, dude, you get more on the nose Titan ordering shit. It's sick. It's sick. DF's a great expansion. It's just, we remember these couple standout, shitty, cringe things, and like, that's the whole experience. But that's just not the case. Just not the case. I didn't hate base Shadowlands. I hated when Sylvanas said that she would never serve, and it was frankly mainly because I didn't appreciate Sylvanas' storyline at that point. I didn't really get where she was coming from. The people that rage about Arthas and shit, I can't connect with that at all. I don't give a fuck about that. That doesn't mean anything to me. So even Shadowlands, like, I don't know. I don't think it's as bad as people make it out to be, but people aren't looking to be convinced. They're not really looking to change their minds, so I wouldn't go out of your way to try to change people's minds regarding that kind of stuff. They're not really interested in that, I think. We killed Arthas and Wrath. His soul was there just as a memory. Nothing major. And I'm pretty sure, didn't Arthas' soul get split as well? Isn't there a quest line in Wrath where you literally go find, like, the child fragment of his soul, and it's like a golden little child, and don't you like literally destroy it? Isn't that like a quest line? Yeah, you do, yes, but have no clue if it's split soul fragments. Well, I mean, I think that you can kind of get an idea that it is. You have Arthas on the blue side dominated, and you have this other fragment that you literally destroy. Like, if that's not a fragment of his soul, what the fuck is it? I think it's the Cut His Heart Out quest? Yes. I think that you can infer that it is part of his soul. So, yeah, Arthas is cooked. One of my favorite things about Shadowlands is that they made Garrosh be a cow for anima, a very, very angry. And I'm gonna be honest, even though it wasn't animated very well, I did kind of like that. I don't like Garrosh as a person, but he stayed tried and true to his ideals and perspective, didn't he? He was unflinching in his resolve, and I could admire that, even if he was a piece of shit. He didn't change, but you know what? There is something admirable about that, I think. And it also just shows how, like, rage and pride are such powerful, like, sources of anima, you know? Kind of harkens back to Mists of Pandaria, where it's like, pride is the worst. Pride is good until it's bad, and then it's worse than all the other Shaw combined. And Garrosh is a good fucking example of that.
I submit to no one! Not you! Not the jailer! And not that coward thrall! For the Horde!
That was pretty dope. Pretty dope. Even if you're not a Garrosh fan, that was pretty lit. And I will say, I do think it could be a little bit of a fractal. Or maybe even someone like Sargeras, being, you know, imprisoned by like your Norganon kind of torturer, kind of you know what I mean? Devos was an extreme letdown, Zach. Totally agree. Devos was an extreme letdown. And I don't get the Pelagos hate. I don't get the Pelagos hate. I don't get it. I think it's because the non-binary thing, I think, is a large part of why he gets hate, to be honest, or they get hate. I don't get it at all. It's very weird. I had no problem with the Pelagos thing. Do you think he's submitted by now? You mean Sargeras? Boy, I fucking hope not. I hope not, because if he does, he's getting ordered. He's getting dominated. He's getting controlled. I just never cared about Pelagos. I think it's easier to care about Pelagos when you do the Bastion questline. But I can kind of see where people come from in terms of just kind of not feeling connected to him. I meant Garrosh? No, Garrosh explodes. Garrosh like goes out in like a burst of like flame. He's left his soul ash on the ground. Garrosh effectively, in a rage, sacrifices himself to destroy his jailer. Which is part of why I think it could be a fractal for Sargeras, because the guy is so proud and potentially angry that he could do a similar thing to the Pantheon. Where like he could just rage so hard that he explodes in like a supernova and kills the other Pantheon members or something like that. I could see it. I will also say that, like, although Garrosh made his own decisions, I really think Thrall, leaving him in charge, and, like, in the wake of the Cataclysm, I understand why Thrall was going to, like, try to seek a solution for what was happening with the elements and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, like, dude, he did kind of leave. I mean, I don't know. I think Garrosh also needs to know how to ask for help if he needs it. And Garrosh is too proud for that. So it's like, if you felt abandoned and you felt like you couldn't handle it by yourself, then maybe you should ask for help. But that's not the Hellscream way. It's not the Hellscream way. So I get why he did it. I was Kyrian from my boy Uther, so I actually enjoyed all the stuff going on with them. Pelagos, Clea. I enjoyed Clea a lot. The hate sadly definitely stems from Pelagos being a female in life now in a male's body. Yeah, there was I saw a lot of commenting on that. It's kind of like how people comment on like Faerun Lothar and the fact that she's black and has like a short haircut and is missing an arm. It's like, bro, as if that type of person doesn't exist in real life either. Yeah, definitely. In a fucking fantasy game where we're fighting space demons, like, nah, someone can't be an amputee or be black. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. That shit makes me cringe, man. Criticize the actual fucking game, not like politics surrounding the fucking perceived politics surrounding characters. Like, shut the fuck up. I hate that shit. That's one of the things that frustrates me about The War Within is there's things to criticize. There really is. There's good reasons to criticize WoW. But some people just don't, like, they just criticize the dumbest, meaningless fucking shit instead. Whatever. I always read Garrosh as kind of an allegory for a certain kind of masculinity. That was like the core tension between Thrall and Garrosh for me, and that was like the most successful thing about their whole arc personally. Yeah, it's because Thrall is raised in a completely different way. I mean, Thrall, even though a slave, is raised by humans, and there are certain aspects, things that he had been exposed to as a result of this, he had also closely paid attention to the lethargy of the orcs after the blood frenzy kind of started to fade away. And he went at it with a different perspective than Garrosh. It's also funny, and a lot of people wouldn't know this, but Garrosh is older than Thrall. Like, that's also a kind of a funny thing. Thrall is technically a younger, you know, maybe looking towards different like alternative ways to solve these issues than Garrosh, where Garrosh is a little bit more hard stuck in his ways. Garrosh never learned what Varian had to learn from his son. And it's kind of ironic because in some ways I feel like even Grommash Hellscream learned a lesson that Garrosh never did. And that was that the greatest service that you can make to your people is sacrifice. If like in the case of Grommash kind of, you know, made the agreement to drink the fucking demon blood and kind of fuck them over, but ultimately his sacrifice set himself and his people free. And I think that that's something that Garrosh did not really appreciate as much as he should have. So instead of Garrosh, you know, being a noble leader who's willing to make sacrifices for his people and own up to his mistakes, like his father had, I think that Garrosh was more proud and unmoving, and I will dictate what the course of our race and our faction is because it's my choice and it's the only way kind of thing, you know? He was so stuck in his mind of like, he didn't know how to ask for help. He didn't know how to really like make and retain allies. He just basically just wanted to do it all himself. And let me tell you something right now. The attitude of wanting to do it all yourself is one that will lead you to failure inevitably. I think eventually it will. And he was a huge racist. Yeah, I mean, I think that was more prevalent towards like the end where the true orc horde and all that shit got kind of weird. But, yeah. I think Garrosh had enough about him to paint him as a villain. I'm not sure why they ended up going like the kind of racially motivated route with him, because I don't think they really needed to. But I do wonder if that was maybe done with an intention to like kind of make it kind of inarguable for a lot of people of like, yeah, he was like not exactly a great guy, you know? So there's things to admire about him and things definitely that are abhorrent, you know? Garrosh self-radicalized because he refused to see nuance within the community he was in. I don't think that's wrong. It's tiresome, man. Not relevant to WoW, but I've seen people crying over the Tomb Raider games coming too because the way Lara Croft looks, people do anything to search for a reason to hate. The thing about it, dude, is that the incels that are giving these takes would stammer and sweat their ass off if a woman that looked like Lara Croft in these games that are coming out ever spoke to them in real life. They act like that one, she's not feminine enough, which she's very feminine and she's very attractive, but they act like it's not meeting the standard of beauty or whatever. And it's like, dude, I hate to inform you guys, but real women don't look like fucking Kim Kardashian for the most part. Like, that's not real, that's fake. You got it twisted, you got it backwards now. Where like, you think that the fake shit is the real shit, and it's the other way around. That's why I like that Kendrick Lamar bar. Show me some natural like ass with some stretch marks, bro. That's fucking based. It's like, dude, like, it's, yeah. And it also is just like, what do you guys look like? What like, oh god, it's just little incels hiding behind their fucking computer monitors. All this bullshit, dude. Lara Croft is fucking gorgeous. She still has huge fucking double D tits. She still has the fucking hourglass figure that she always had. She still wears the fucking short shorts. She still wears the tight fucking tank top. She still has the very feminine face. Like, it's just idiotic, dude. It's fucking idiotic. People, like you said, people fucking bitch about anything. Come up with whatever the fuck they want, dude. Maybe I'm in the minority on that one. I know Liadrin didn't look great, but I'm just bored of people spewing hate at any opportunity. The thing is, though, bro, it's not every opportunity. You notice that it happens with... There's a reason why all the examples that we're giving are about women. And I'm going to be honest with you, I think it's because a lot of young modern men have been kind of betrayed by their own into thinking that women are the fucking source of their problems. They're looking for someone to blame. They're looking for reasons to justify why they're like single or have trouble with women or they're not social or whatever it is, and they blame the women. So anytime that you like, I was watching Counter-Strike the other day, and they were interviewing a team like data analyst for one of the Counter-Strike teams, who helps like the Counter-Strike players like kind of sift through how they handle situations, especially under pressure and stuff. And the chat is just like berating her the whole time. Like the whole time. Oh, spent all this time trying to justify her job. All this stuff, dude. There's so much unbridled hatred for women, especially on the internet. And it shouldn't be that surprising because a lot of these people that spend all their time on the internet are probably not spending very much time around women. And so instead of owning up for the fact that they have anti-socialized themselves and don't go out in any capacity to converse with or have social interactions with women, they just blame women for the fact that they're in the position that they're in. It's immensely cringe. It is immensely fucking cringe. It's immensely cringe. And it's not a fucking coincidence. And I feel that when you go out in the real world, this fucking shit is not nearly as prevalent. I feel like it is, we see some of the most extreme of this behavior on the internet because it's where people can get away with it. They want them triangle poly tits, bro. I know. Childish, spoiled children that can't take accountability for their own failures. Sad indeed. Yeah, but they're also part of like the new age like bro culture where, you know, they I don't know where I was going with that. I was going somewhere with that. Oh, it's almost like that, it's like that Andrew Tate incel culture where it's like they have to just be this deliberately like almost caricature like rendition of what they think a man is supposed to be. It's so fucking hilarious. It's hilarious and it's sad because there's a lot of guys out there who they follow these stereotypes. They get sold into these fucking fake ass stereotypes, not realizing that they're kind of like they're negatively affecting themselves. Like when you get to that point where like you're now holding yourself up to this weird fucking standard of what a man is supposed to be, you're not even realizing that like maybe that's not who you are. Maybe that's not what you are. Maybe your life just shouldn't be about what cars you drive and how much money you make and like how many brainless fucking like people that you can hook up with. Like that's your measure of life. I just don't get it. I just feel like they've been sold into this. They've been sold an idea of what they're supposed to be. And as a result, they also develop these ideas of what other people are supposed to be instead of just accepting themselves as they are and accepting other people as they are. And also accepting the fact that beauty is subjective and that there are people in this world, quite a lot of them, who will find someone who you do not find attractive. That's just the nature of it. The most miserable I've ever been was when I was pretending to be someone I wasn't. Straight, lol. Yeah, dude. They genuinely believe it's a good role model to have. It probably doesn't help living in a world where people are influenced by the likes of Andrew Tate and so on. You beat me to it. Yeah. Sorry for the off topic here, but do you have any YouTube video for Kane? I do have a video where I fully voice act the Shen and Zed comics, which Kane is featured in quite a lot, but I don't think I've technically reacted to like Kane and Rost yet. I know a lot about them. I know a lot about Kane's backstory and like and Rost and all that stuff in the dichotomy between them, but I don't think I have a video on that. Kane is one of the more requested champions. Obviously, I wouldn't want this for a million obvious reasons, but sometimes I wish we were more like South Korea where your online activity was tied to your social security number or some shit. Yeah, I can't really get behind that, but the anonymity of the internet I do think is a fucking problem. It's a problem. People say the most insane, fucked up shit because they get to hide behind a username, and that's it. It completely disrupts any level of like social accountability, responsibility to one another in our interactions. It's quite a distorted version of how people act, and that's why I'm kind of trying to say that normal people outside who don't spend the majority of their time on the internet, they generally don't behave this way. I noticed you didn't upload Varus, Pyro. I think I wanted to go over Varus again. I don't know, dude. It's been a minute. Swifty man, thanks for the follow. Sheem, thanks for the follow. I'm from Romania, and lately there have been a lot of women who, when they get disgusting comments, they search the guys up online and send the comms to their parents and significant others, friends, etc. And it's wild how many people delete their shit afterwards. I think it's kind of delightful. Yeah, I mean, that's the other aspect of this is there's people that are doing this stuff that the people around them in real life probably don't even know that they're behaving that way on the internet, because a lot of this is suppressed like sexual frustration or resentment that they are not having conversations about, because if they were, they probably wouldn't feel the need to go on the internet and bash people for it. Because when you have problems, you should talk to your loved ones and friends and family in order to help you get through that stuff, instead of suppressing it and repressing it and then taking it out on strangers on the internet, because that's not healthy. You know? I know it's crazy, but you should probably talk about your problems because they're real and you shouldn't just dismiss them. I think this is a big flaw in like modern masculinity, is that your problems don't matter and that no one cares about them. That's not true. Your problems are real. Your problems do matter. And sometimes problems can get a little bit lost in our own perspective. Sometimes we think the solution to our problem is something that it isn't. And sometimes talking with other people helps us realize that. So if I can give one piece of advice to all the young men listening, don't convince yourself that your problems don't matter. And don't convince yourself that you're automatically some kind of burden on people around you. If people love you and they're your friends and they care about you, they'll listen. Right? So take advantage of that. Because sometimes, you know, we hold that shit in and then we kind of take it out on others who maybe don't deserve it. So that's what I'd recommend. Be kind to yourself so that you can learn to be kind to others. Because if you just hate your fucking self, or you're constantly holding back all these negative emotions all the time, I can only imagine how that kind of manifests outwardly to other people in your behavior, you know? Men are taught, I think in a lot of ways, taught to be very critical of themselves. Not just men, women too. We're just way too critical of ourselves. We don't give ourselves the I don't know, the kindness that we deserve. Talk to yourself how you would talk to, you know, a friend or a dear family member. You know, we're really fucking hard on ourselves. We don't always have to be. I think as a society, we've also just really valorized antisocial, anti-community behaviors across every spectrum, and that's kind of driving a lot of this, perhaps. Perhaps. As a woman, the crap I've seen is just hella yikes. Yeah, I mean, it's why, I mean, I would wager that a lot more of the people that you're interacting with in games and stuff online are women than you realize, but why the fuck would they ever say it? If I was a woman on the internet, I would try my hardest to never let anyone know, because I just wouldn't want to deal with it. Fuck that. I really like the Australian law of 16 plus for social media accounts. My students 12 and 13 are using terms like body count when talking about middle school dating, and it's fucking disgusting. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. My friends and I were saying some pretty heinous shit when I was in middle school too. So I don't know if that's, I think it's just like lingo and terminology can kind of be a little bit jarring. But I mean, it's not as if when I was in middle school, people weren't talking about fucking each other and stuff. Like, that was definitely a conversation depending on who you're exposed to. You know, my group of friends would use language like that all the time. They wouldn't say body count, but they would say it in other terms. Not to justify it, but you know what I mean? I've been going to therapy for the first time this year, talking about a breakup, imposter syndrome. That ain't it, it's a bitch, huh? And I was skeptical. I didn't think it would do anything for me, but what you're saying is true. Asking for help is the bravest thing you can do. Sometimes the toughest thing you can do is for a moment just not be so tough. Because it's hard, isn't it? If something is hard to do, well, I guess it's hard to do. So if it's hard to kind of let your guard down and be vulnerable, I guess that really isn't weak, is it? Because it's hard to do. So it must take a measure of strength to do it if it's hard, right? So it's just this, it's like it gets mixed up, it gets backwards, you know? Just because it's vulnerable doesn't mean that it's not strong or that it's not an admirable trait. Trust me, man, especially if you're younger, if you're a younger person. I sound like a fucking boomer now that I just turned 30 and I'm just like, now here I am. But trust me, man, your relationships, like, you will have more successful, healthier, happier relationships with yourself, with your friends, with your loved ones, if you can like accept that stuff, that like there's room for vulnerability, you know? If everyone was just like a rigid, you know, unfeeling person, I don't think it would be a very good place to be, you know? I don't think life would be a very good thing. I don't know. Don't deny the other half of the spectrum of your emotions because you've been convinced by other people that you're supposed to. All of your emotions are real, they're valid, and you shouldn't suppress them. They're fucking real. Now, there may be certain times where it's better to let them out than others. You might only want to be vulnerable with certain people. That's totally fine. But make sure that you allow yourself to be vulnerable at least sometimes. Everyone deserves to be able to put their guard down a little bit. You know? I mean, at the end of the day, man, life is fucking hard. Fitting in socially can be fucking hard. You know? Being kind to yourself can be fucking hard. But you deserve it. Everyone deserves that. Everyone deserves that. And everyone deserves the respect that they're due if that's what they choose to do. You know? Men, women, people that are non-binary, and they're not fucking hurting you. Let people live their life. But always remember that it's hard for everybody, here and there. Always. Anyway, that's my fucking TED Talk. I feel like just there's always a possibility that there's someone in chat that kind of needs to hear that, so. I always talk to my students when I notice they're off. I teach more so because I want my kids to feel safe and seen. Do work if you can, but if you need to talk, I got you, little bro. Life is tough and confusing, especially for the kiddos. I mean, it's such rapid change, man. Oh yeah, my streamer, thanks. I think about how I don't think I ever hugged another man who was my friend outside of funerals until I was like in my mid-20s. I tried so hard to be masculine that I was like really ignoring basic human compassion, emotions, needs. I've kind of made it a bigger point to hug my friends or just remind them that I only care about them because it makes me feel actually connected to people I love. I've been hugging my friends, I mean, for a long time, man. For a long time. I hug my male friends goodbye every time. Every time. Because I love them. I mean, I do. I love my friends. They mean so much to me. They're important to me. I'll hug them. I mean, there's nothing sexual about it. There's nothing, it's like, if you can't hug your homie, like, are you really even homies? Like, I don't know. It's just, we've been hugging each other for fucking forever. It's like not a weird thing. So, you know, signs of affection between men is really important because there's this, it's not, I feel like there was just this thing, like, especially in the like 70s, 80s, 90s, early 2000s, where like men are just so afraid of being perceived as gay. Like, that's the worst fucking thing that could possibly happen. Oh, you were gay. So fucking what if you were? Unless you want to fuck another dude, you're probably not gay, so stop worrying about it. But it's that outward perception, like this terror. That's why they call it homophobia in some cases. You know what I mean? Like, bro, there's a lot worse things in this world than fucking being gay. What are you talking about? Jesus Christ. It's not even a bad thing. So I feel like a culture of individualism leads to social isolation, which can make it hard to find folks to confide in or have real relationships with, which in turn leads to purely hyper-maternalist priorities, monies, cars, etc., as an outlet to prove one's worth and provide self-validation. I don't disagree, man, and I think the way that we have kind of changed in a lot of ways, especially in the modern era, how we search for partners and stuff can be really harmful. Like, I don't know. I'm a big believer in trying to meet someone kind of the old-fashioned way. I don't really like the swipe left, swipe right shit. I think it's so impersonal. It's so outwardly judgmental. I don't like it at all. I think it's fucking weird. And if that's how you meet someone and you're happy, then great. I'm happy for you. But I don't know about all that shit. I don't know about all that. Learn to be okay kissing your homies goodnight. That little kiss on the cheek, you know what I mean? That's why I was raised in the 90s and 2000s. And I'm afraid that young people are replicating that again now. It comes from the parents, man. There's nothing worse than being gay. Imagine not loving boobies. Hey, man, you can get some man titties, though. Yeah, men have boobies. I have boobies and I'm a man. True. Yep, there you go. Exactly. When I got diagnosed, my stepdad hugged me, but it wasn't one of those little half hugs. It was a dad hug, and man, I hadn't felt that kind of squeeze since I was a kid. It was so comforting and it's sad, but I'm also thankful that it took the diagnosis to get that feeling again. Now I hug my male friends like my dad hugged me. We got one life. Hug people like you mean it. Yep. Yep. I mean, I don't even, like, with my friends, and again, you know, things haven't gone so great with a couple of my friends in the last, you know, year or two because of, well, a couple different reasons, but you know, we wouldn't even just hug. We'd say love you, bro. Love you, man. I love you, man. You know, it's just, it's important. It helps you grow stronger. It helps you keep that bond, man. I mean, it's important. It's important. Say how you feel. Tell people. You never know. Someone could be fucking gone tomorrow. You never know, dude. Car accidents happen all the time. You know? Shit happens all the time, man. You never fucking know. Never know. It helps you feel human. Yeah, I mean, because ultimately we all are. Don't hold that shit in. And I would say the same thing to, you know, men seeking partners and stuff like that too. Be honest. Be open about your feelings. Don't fucking dance around it. Be real. People like confidence. Not arrogance, but confidence. Boldness. The willingness to say what you're fucking feeling. What you think. Especially if you're a little scared to do it. People admire that shit a lot. It says a lot about a person who's willing to fucking confront their fears, especially in front of a group of people or in front of a person when they're vulnerable. That means a lot. I'm gonna tell you this right now. There's a lot of women out there who really appreciate that. You know what I mean? Maybe this hard shell exterior that some people have been taught to put up isn't exactly what everybody's looking for. There are women out there for sure that are looking for that. That's fine. But not everyone's looking for that. It's not so black and white. All women don't like guys with washboard abs. All women don't give a fuck what car you drive. That's just not the case. Some women prefer a heavier guy. Some women prefer a hairier guy. It goes both ways. There is no one size fits all answer for relationships and stuff like that. We should all know that. We should all know that. I feel like I'm probably preaching to the choir on that, but like standardized beauty and stuff is fucking fake. It's not the reality of the situation. You can have 9 out of 10 people think that you're a fucking looker. You still will get that one person at the end who, not really my type. That's just how it works. So, my wife solves a lot of my problems. I'd be fucked otherwise, bro. Yeah, tell me about it, dog. The effort I'd have to go through to fucking plan meals and feed myself, dude. I'd be fucked. Ariel does so much. And not just like, you know, around the house and stuff like that, but just providing a different perspective emotionally and stuff like that, you know? I'm missing a real big part if she gets removed from the equation. And I can absolutely say without any question that my wife has made me a better person. She has definitely improved my perspectives, my ability to reflect, my emotions, my emotional regulation, all that stuff. Don't know what I'd do without her. I bought everything in Legion Remix. Now what? Uninstall the game. Now move your character to retail and reap the benefits of garrison order resources. Order hall resources. A healthy relationship over physical appeal, though both is nice. And you can have both. You can have both. You can absolutely have someone who you think is fucking stunningly gorgeous and a healthy relationship. Completely possible. So, I think some people think that they have to choose. I gotta pick an ugly person who's fucking, you know, gonna be a good relationship, or I could pick a really hot person. Like, no, that's not the case. You can't have both. You can buy decor stuff still? You can. There's a vendor over there. If you're seeking a partner, one of the best things you can do is foster your platonic relationships. Having that healthy love where friends fulfill different parts of your emotional needs makes it significantly easier to have a better romantic relationships too. Yep. Different relationships fulfill different needs, and sometimes it's good to have space and breaks and stuff like that. So yeah, it's really important that, you know, I would, in my opinion, I'm a relatively social person, even though I spend the majority of my time on the internet. you know, sometimes people get into unhealthy relationships because the person that they're in a relationship with is the only person in their life, the only other person in their life. And that can, you know, that can definitely have some some drawbacks. So yeah, it's definitely important to have a web of social interaction, unless you're someone who's content and happy not doing that. But as long as you're not, you know, falling into unhealthy habits as a result. That's a lot of pressure on your partner. It can also be a lot of pressure on you if they're in that same boat as well. I mean, think about it. As simple as this. If you're having a hard time with your partner, for whatever reason, you got in a fight, argument about something, and you need to rant to someone about that, you probably can't do that with your partner, right? Not only because they're probably not going to want to hear it, but because it's maybe not fair. You know, it's good to be able to have those conversations with other people. So, you know, you can't, like, yeah, you gotta have something. I'd be a useless sack of shit without my wife, bro. That's probably an exaggeration, but I get where you're coming from. But we can't have polygamy night elves anymore, God forbid. Sorry, Nixium, bro. Don't get me started. Anyway, I feel like that kind of long form rant usually just about marks the and not even a rant, but discussion usually just about marks the end of my streams. My little brother's gonna be over here in about half an hour or so to help me with some emulation stuff, and I don't really have anything else in Remix that I want to do today. So I'm just gonna check and make sure that this world quest isn't up, because I already know that it isn't, because world quests do not rotate nearly fast enough. I'm just gonna say it. Never mind, I'm not gonna say it. As soon as I thought about it, I thought about a balancing issue that can't really be worked out with the solution that I'm... Yeah, there's no world quest, so that's probably gonna be that. Are you out for the holidays? What does that mean? I mean, no, I don't mean, it depends on exactly what days that stuff falls on. I mean, Christmas is on a Thursday, so I'll be off that day. New Year's is on a Wednesday. New Year's Eve is that following Thursday, so I'll probably stream on Wednesday, and then I'll probably go do something that evening. But we'll see. Other than that, I don't really have any plans. But yeah, guys, thank you for a dope stream. I appreciate the discussion. Thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks for helping me with some of those runs, Talus. And I will be I'll be back on Friday. Since I've kind of done all the new content. Yeah, I'll be back on Friday. I gotta get some editing done these next few days, so I won't be streaming. Back to kind of the normal schedule, a regularly scheduled programming. Thanks for supporting the stream in all the ways you guys do. Whether you just kind of watched on YouTube or Twitch, thank you guys for being here and supporting the stream. Whether you kind of lurked or whether you followed or chatted, whether you subbed or gifted a sub today, thank you for supporting my channel. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Look forward to the next one. And on that note, yeah, that's pretty much all I got. Thanks again, guys. Appreciate you very much. Stay awesome. And until next time, which will be Friday, I'll see you guys. Wait, what does that mean? Friday. That'd be the 19th. Okay. I'll see you guys later.
Peace.